Yeah. We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down.
What it do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice, and as you all know, my name is Troy Bradshaw, but I go by the Juice. Listen, well, first of all, happy Saturday, guys. Hope everybody's having a good, decent weekend. Happy Saturday. It all goes just too fast, right? I mean, it just feels like yesterday I just got off work and only one more day to spend time with the family, and then you got to go right back home. Man, it just goes too fast, doesn't it? Big welcomes, those of you guys tuning in. Good to see a lot of you guys here tuning in. Much love to you guys all. As you guys know, we've been talking about the the ransom notes as of lately, and today actually marks 183 days since Nancy's gone missing. Man, such a sad thing. I mean, Savannah has finally well, she's spoken to all of us. It seems like she's had a message for us on Facebook. So that's what I wanted to get on and talk about a bit today. Kind of pick each other's brains, talk about, what we think, she was really saying in her, on her post today from Facebook. She posted on Facebook, and she had a lot of things to say, it seems like, this time. As you know, she just recently spoke out, pretty much saying that she's still looking for Nancy. And that's pretty much it. She didn't really say a whole lot. Although this time she, was a little bit different, but I don't really know how to take this anymore. I mean, I don't really think she's knows who, the perp is. I don't really understand why people have like the tendency to believe that Savannah really knows something and she's just not telling us. And well, I don't even really necessarily know something because there's obviously some things that she knows that we don't know, but specifically that she's talking to somebody when she's writing these posts and whatnot. But I really don't think she knows too much more than we know. Now, I wanted to get on as well as talk about some of these ransom notes as well. We talked about the ransom notes. There were some interesting things that Chris from the interview room that I thought that pointed out. One being we will, or will, I don't know. It was just interesting. I saw Chris on what show was that he was on? I think he was on News Nation today. So kudos to Chris getting on News Nation. That was pretty good to see. Actually shocked me. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm not surprised. I mean, he's doing pretty good on the YouTube platform. So kudos to Chris. He's done a lot for this case. I think he's helped in a lot of ways, and he even helped us as streamers in a sense. But anyway, we'll get to everything. For the most part, I want to talk about this post that Savannah did today. Apparently, Savannah's message includes some key points, which I don't really see it, but we'll talk about it. She stated in this letter that her family is desperate and, she's begging for help. She urges someone to come forward who recognizes the writing in the ransom notes. And then she goes on to describe her family's grief and pretty much says that her heart is ruined. She emphasized that, they need prayer, kindness, and information to bring Nancy home. So I want to read that. Let's read that real quick. And I was actually shocked because it seems like she's directed some of the things that she was saying toward many others, not just her mom. So she starts off by saying, "This is our beautiful mom." And she posts this picture on Facebook today. She says, 6 months ago, someone took her out of the bed in the dead of night. And it almost seems similar to, some of the things that she said previously, right? So it's the first thing immediately I'm thinking is like, man, who wrote this, because it doesn't seem like it's very personal. I mean, it seems like somebody may have wrote this, or she just added a little bit more from what she previously said before. So she says, 6 months ago, someone took her out of her bed in the dead of night, excuse me. We have lived every moment, every breath, and every heartbeat in agony. And, she always uses that word a lot. Agony. I don't know, maybe it's something with her in that word. She says every breath, every heartbeat in agony and despair ever since. She says every day we wake up and try to bring strong and go on because that's what our joyful and resilient mom taught us to do. She says, but make no mistake, our hearts are in ruins. She says, Cam and Christine, Annie and Tommy, Mike and me, we spent every waking moment thinking of her, longing for her, looking for her. There is a hole inside us that can never be filled. She says there is a headache that cannot be softened. Or she says there's an ache, that cannot be softened, excuse me. And there is a determination in us that cannot be quenched to find out what happened to her. So that can give her the dignity of her proper goodbye, a celebration of her remarkable life that she so deserves. Now, a lot of us in the beginning remember when Savannah kept saying the word celebrate. What does that mean? So it's kind of like she's kind of touching up on that comment that she made prior before. Just to answer the question, I guess what she meant by celebrate is to celebrate remarkable life that she deserves. So I guess we kind of got a little bit more of an understanding on that. I don't know. I still don't quite understand fully what that means. So she goes on to say, we are begging for help. We are desperate. We need someone to come forward. Someone knows something. Someone suspects something. Someone recognize the writing in the ransom demand notes. Someone has noticed something different, strange, troubling, or just unusual. Perhaps someone they deeply love. Perhaps they are afraid to come forward. Perhaps they are conflicted. They're angry or upset for being in this situation. There is a way out to tell what you know. And, I think it just sounds like she's said all this before to us, at least to me. So anyway, she goes on to say, there is a way out to tell what you know. You can do so anonymously, and we've heard that before. The reward is available. There is a way to end this situation, do the right thing. We are real people facing real grief and doing the best we can and counting our many blessings along the way. She says most especially the prayers and the love from good people, which we feel deeply. We need she says, we need your prayers. We need your kindness. We need the good to be stronger than the evil. If you are following this story for entertainment, this is the interesting part, or for profit, you are not on her side. You are part of the harm perpetrated against her. We will never stop looking for answers, and we will never stop looking for the light. We will always be hoping and praying and believing in the best of our world. In spite of circumstance, this is what our faith makes possible. Please bring her home. Pretty sad. So I don't know, I think a lot of people find themselves mad when Savannah's like, when she makes the comment that they're looking for her mom. I guess a lot of people would like to know what she means by that when she says that. I don't know. Apparently, according to Sheriff Nano, she has she's got some her own investigative team, which he claims that reaches out to him, or maybe that's somehow, some way how they communicate now. I don't know. But apparently that's what he's mentioned, that she's got her own investigative team. I mean, we all questioned at one point, and I said this yesterday, whether or not she's got a PI. I don't even think she's got that. But I mean, if she's got some type of investigative team, I would assume it's some sort of, private investigator. Somebody messaged me on Facebook out of nowhere. I don't, what bothers me a bit, I'm not gonna lie, is why do we have to be doing certain, like, why do things have to happen at the 6-month mark? I don't know why I don't like that. I feel like every day, I don't know how to even put this in words. There's really nothing, I guess, just to sum it up, there's really nothing about today that's different from yesterday. Besides it being, 6 months? So what are we going to do? We're going to come out and say something again in the next year? I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, but it's like at the same time, it's just nothing. I don't know. It doesn't really, I just don't get it. I don't get it. And I don't even want to say the wrong thing. I just don't understand it. We saw the last time I saw media before this was on day 100. So I'm assuming maybe every 100 days they're going to come out and say something. I think it should just be repetitive, show the world how badly you want to find, your mom, not just Savannah, just anybody who really wants to help. I mean, we get on here every day. I mean, I'm not going to wait 6 months to come out and say something to the world. I'm going to say it when I feel it. But anyway, that's besides the point. I just don't know where we stand in this case anymore. I don't know what is going to be the next big thing. Pima County Sheriff Department just the other day put out, well, first of all, they published the ransom letters that they held for quite some time. I don't understand the reason for holding back on the entire wording of what was put in that ransom note. I guess the media or people in the public are trustworthy because, you know, they were able to keep it private until somebody finally gave in and decided to, you know, release it, that being Brianna, who was one of the few who was, you know, someone who discovered the blood. And I actually would love to watch that interview again because she talks about Sheriff Nanos and, you know, she kind of points out the odd things about it. And I love the way she points out some of the odd things about Sheriff Nanos because she doesn't really simply say it. She just kind of says it with her tone. And I don't know if you guys watched that video, but I don't know. It put the nail in the coffin for me when it comes to Sheriff Nanos having some type of, you know, involvement or suspicion when it comes to this case. So the Pima County Sheriff Department just the other day, you know what, before we dive into this, let's go ahead and say a quick prayer here for Nancy here, at least. You know, I don't think I said a prayer these last couple of streams. Let me dive into prayer here as well. So, you know, I should have did this in the beginning, but, you know, it's all right. We'll stop midway, in the beginning, whatever, in the middle of it. I don't care. Let's say a prayer here. Disappointed in myself right now. Pray for Nancy real quick, guys. I want to say a prayer here, of course. We got to. Dear Heavenly Father, I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to continue covering this case, continue to just do whatever we can, not just amongst myself, but amongst the viewers, family, friends, to just make the effort to continue to supporting the Guthrie case and many other cases out there. Father, I ask that you continue to just, you know, help the Guthrie family in any way when it comes to, you know, justice and just getting the proper, you know, burial that they deserve, and just justice and closure is what I want to say a prayer for today. And Father, I just want to ask that you just continue to keep us, you know, focused on moving life itself in the right directions, and just continue to watch over us all. In dear Jesus' name, amen. You know, I got to take a moment of silence, of course, as well, for, you know, all the missing people out there, not just Nancy, but all the missing people and all the people who lack justice. Much love, guys. Amen. Yeah, I wanted to I'm trying to wake up, guys. I don't know why I'm so tired. I got enough rest today. And for some reason I'm feeling like tired. It's all right. I'll wake up in a minute. You know what I need? I need some coffee, man.
Sheriff,
That's what we need. So anyway, like I was saying, so the sheriff department just the other day had not only, speaking of the sheriff department, it looks like Sheriff Nanos sat down and had another interview, and I have no idea why this guy continues to you know, just take any little interviews that he's got. I'm sure he's gotten many, but for whatever reason he doesn't like the interview with Brian Intent. So there's been some controversy going around when it comes to the taking that interview with Brian Intent. Brian Intent, as you know, was recently out here the last couple of days. He said he's yet to get an interview with Sheriff Nanos. Not only that, you know what? If it's, I don't even think you can do that. I was going to say, I think the best solution for, Brian Ensign, if he can't get an interview with the sheriff, is to maybe go through somebody or like a sister company, even though they probably don't have any of those, but just somebody like that, affiliates with News Nation or someone of a friend. Because he's not, he's obviously, we know that's just how he is. He picks and chooses who he wants to interview with. But, he's the one person who supported this case pretty much from day one. So as to why he wouldn't give Brian Ensign an interview, I don't know. It's kind of a little weird to me. But there was a couple things that I had pointed out just the other day that, Brian Ensign has covered that I'm pretty sure that Sheriff Nanos wasn't too fond of. So I think that could easily be a reason. He seems to have some anger issues. I mean, as soon as he gets mad, I feel like when Sheriff Nanos is mad at you, he's mad forever. He holds grudges. I think that's just kind of how he is. But anyway, they had released something about the ransom note just yesterday. Not only that, they released all the ransom details as far as all of what the ransom says. So the Pima County Sheriff Department and Federal Bureau of Investigation Phoenix Field Office have been working together for the past 6 months to locate Nancy, it says. Nancy was confirmed at her residence in the Catalina Foothills neighborhood in Tucson on the evening of January 31st through our collective investigation resources with the assistance of the private sector. It says, we have recovered videos from her residence showing an undefined male who knows what happened to Nancy. And it's almost like we'll continue here. So it goes on to say 2 videos recovered from Nancy's doorbell. Camera says maybe from 2 separate days. That's what's interesting to me. So it seems like they're not even sure whether or not, because remember, there's the still photo and then we got the actual video footage. And it's always been in question if that still image is on the same day that Nancy, that we seen the porch guy on the video. And then you got the still image, which people believe that was January 11th. So this is all bad. I mean, if this is true, it's sad that it's a lot of things that we're learning that they don't really even know for sure. Like the ransom notes being legitimate or not. So anyways, it says 2 videos recovered from Nancy's doorbell camera may be from 2 separate days. These videos are critical to our understanding of undefined male's behavior and choices. They indicate he took steps to prepare for the event on the night of January 31st to February 1st. Investigators continue to pursue every available technological, oh my God, I can't even say the word, technological and investigative lead. Says, however, community members remain vital resources as we seek to provide answers for Nancy's family. We would like to thank those who have already provided tips and information. We are asking for the public's continued assistance and are confident that you can further the effort. We know there are individuals familiar with this unidentified male who may have observed changes in his behavior around the time frame of the videos to include, and then it goes on. I think that, like, at this point, they're to me, they're asking for help from the public to see if anybody can realize maybe by the writing or the wording of the actual the ransom note. What's crazy is I think this would have been a lot better being sent out or released to the public initially, because the case was much hotter in the beginning than it is now. It has calmed down a bit. Not to say that people aren't going to be able to wrap their eyes around this entire ransom, but I don't really think anybody's going to be able to figure out who wrote this by seeing, the way it's written. I don't know, but it's possible because there are people out there, many of them that write, in certain ways that kind of identify who they are. But it's funny that now they want to ask for the public's help to, see if anybody can help them dig up any little information revolving around these ransom notes. At least that's what I'm getting out of it. Let me see if I can pull up this next part. So as they've pretty much been asking before, so as they pretty much been asking as before is the fact that they're asking if anybody pretty much takes notice to somebody that has a change of mood or displays any anxiety, nervousness, or irritability. Say perhaps you got a family member that's just been acting a little funny or suspicious to you, or a close friend or something like that, because I think these moods that they're describing is kind of common. I mean, so that doesn't really mean that if you stumble across somebody who has these moods that you're going to suspect that they have something to do with a murder or something like that, or kidnapping, whatever, however you see it. So I think they're particularly talking about somebody who would be someone very well. So it goes on to say a change of physical appearance, hair color, or cut, growth, or removal of facial hair. So somebody who's pretty much changed their entire identity. Unexplained injuries, cuts on hands, bruises during the period Nancy was last seen, which is interesting. Because one of the things that we look at when we're looking at Porch Guy is that cyst on the eye, and then he's kind of got like a cleft lip. So as to what particularly, what cuts on the hands, I guess to me, it sounds like they're saying that no, I guess I can't say that they're saying that, but I just don't know what cuts on the hand would do if they don't really know for sure this person had cuts on their hands. But it goes on to say that bruises during the period Nancy was last seen. It says normal routine changes, missing work, classes, or appointments, which is definitely possible. Although this person better look like Porch Guy or have some similarities to this Porch Guy. So, I mean, obviously they probably should have added that, but it's common sense. Vehicle cleaning or repairs. So any little thing, basically. I don't know about this. Unexplained interest or disinterest in the Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. Interesting. But they're protecting the neighborhood. They're not really taking interest in the neighborhood like that. So I don't know if I agree with that one. Noticeable intense interest or disinterest in the investigation or an unexplained knowledge of the situation. Very interesting. Why all these? How are these going to lead us up to the perp? Especially amongst the people in the neighborhood. That's a lot. So just taking all of that right there into consideration, just reading this right here, at least when it comes to the Pima County Sheriff Department, pretty much is saying that we've done nothing. we need every bit of help possible. We really don't have anything. But no, seriously, it doesn't seem like they have anything at all. And that's where I stand with this. I don't think that investigators are anywhere near fighting Porch Guy. Nowhere near. Right. So, and thanks for that comment, Corinne. Yeah, right. So as far as behavior goes, is this specifically for somebody in the family or a family friend? because that's a good point. I mean, it does kind of sound like they could be talking about A&T. It's almost like something similar to like a subliminal message, like they're trying to send a message to somebody. Very interesting. I don't know. It almost kind of aligns with some of the things that Savannah's pointing out too, or kind of saying, but that's only if you overthink it, of course. So, anyways, there's something attached to the bottom of what we're looking at here. It says 2 ransom notes attached were sent to local and national media outlets that purport to have been written by kidnappers. It says the local CBS affiliate in Tucson Cold TV 13 News received the first note on February 2nd and the second on February 6th. It says these communications reveal distinctive patterns of word choice. And then blah blah blah. We've already pretty much read all of this, we've pretty. I mean, just the other day we went through, specifically what the ransom letters are saying. So if you weren't tuned in, obviously you missed it. But I'm pretty sure. So many people have covered this. So I'm pretty sure everybody understands and remembers for the most part what these ransom letters are saying. But I'm sure everybody has their own perceptions on what these ransom notes are getting at. But again, I just don't think she's specifically talking to somebody. I think it's her way of trying to persuade whoever it is that's behind this to, do the right thing. Because it's otherwise, it's like, if Savannah had any idea, why would it be necessary to encourage whoever it is to do the right thing? And, you know, to be honest, in her post that she just posted earlier today, she mentions her sister. She mentions Annie and she calls him Tommy. But she mentions Annie and Tommaso, her husband, and then, Cam and Christine. And she says we spend every waking moment thinking of her. She says longing for her, looking for her. So it seems like she's still pretty much speaking highly of her sister, and it doesn't sound like she's throwing her under the bus as if she's the primary suspect. I mean, but could it be that Savannah's giving them time to make the right decision? I don't know. Somebody mentioned the other day that this is a couple that has written this ransom note. I don't know why when I started thinking about the couple, I started, when I was thinking, what, a couple, really? Started thinking about, remember that couple that came out in front of Nancy's house and she was doing it to launch her channel or whatever. I think her name was Kiki. I'm not gonna lie, the guy that was doing the photo shoot, he did look like the porch guy. However, I don't think he was. But he did kind of look like porch guy a bit. Well, he had the I would say it looked like he had the height and he looked like he had the build for the most part to me. But that was super odd. And I think at one point in time, JLR had walked up to this couple and he was asking, pretty much what, he was asking them what they were doing there. And she pretty much responded that she pretty much told him that she doesn't have to tell him, why she's there. That was the weirdest thing. Why would you go in front of a home where somebody's grieving and going through something, and you thought you thought us going out there at night and Ted jumping over cones and doing whatever he was doing was disrespectful. No, this was disrespectful. I didn't know how to take that. But I was in awe. I just could not believe it, y'all. I couldn't believe it. Just trying to open up my screen here. Did anybody ever get, because I looked it up and I don't see I couldn't figure out these people's actual names, but I don't know if anybody ever was able to research these people and see, just to see what they were about. That was just so crazy. And actually the flowers, those flowers that you see in her hand, when she took those flowers, she took them with her when she left. She didn't leave the flowers. Her name is Kiki on social media. But that's all, that's all that that's all it says online. So I've never really got to dig into who this was. But when you look at the guy just looks like he's got the same build and everything. He's got the bald head. Facial hair is not there though. So, but anyway, I just thought that was interesting because I remember that. I don't know why that came to my head when somebody mentioned that those ransom notes were written by a couple. That's the first two people that came to mind. Super crazy. Anyway, I don't think they're suspects though. But I mean, why weren't they arrested? That was like beyond disrespectful, if you ask me. Much love to those of you guys with the love and support here too. I missed a couple things in chat. I meant to say that here. Much love to Connie. Thanks for the 5 gifted memberships there. Royalty, thanks for the jewels as well. FinFan and Renee, as well as Lori. And I think what does it say? Car. I don't want to say the name wrong. Much love, folks. So Mr. Sheriff Nanos did an interview just yesterday. We watched a little bit of the interview that Sheriff Nanos had did. I think a lot of, other issues all started when Sheriff Nanos went to that. Is Criminal Network tuning in? Much love to Criminal Network, man. Shouts to Criminal Network. I didn't even know he was in the chat there. Much love, brother. Good to see you in the chat, man. I hope all is well as well. DJ, good to see you, by the way. Patriot Pride in the building, man. Shouts Patriot Pride, man. Good to see you. We know you guys were locking in tonight, man. Much love. So I think with Sheriff Nanos, just real quick, I wanted to watch this video with Mr. Nanos, but I think a lot of it started from that basketball game incident in the beginning of the case during the early days of the investigation when Nancy was obviously still missing. Nanos went to that University of Arizona basketball game though, and even the local officials were saying that it looked bad. But at the same time, I'm not gonna lie. In the beginning, I don't know. I didn't think nothing bad about it. I didn't think that it was all that bad because I feel like even when you got high profile cases going on like this, you're still going to do things outside of work. Is how I kind of looked at it. So I didn't really think nothing too bad of that until I started realizing how much this guy just really didn't care. And then just thinking about the fact that he could have probably watched the game at home was kind of a little disturbing as well. But it just was to the world. It was like it just proved to the world that the seriousness of the case was not something that was in Nanos's. It just wasn't on his mind, I guess, to take this case that serious. And then we had a bunch of deputies that pretty much turned themselves against him because of the no confidence votes that took place. And then the Pima County organization, it's about 3 of them. I'm thinking from what I remember, it was about 300 of them that voted no confidence for Mr. Sheriff Nanos. And obviously this was it was anonymous, so we don't know who it was exactly. But he had the alleged disciplinary history that was supposedly something that he, concealed. And then Sheriff Nanos also we figured out, that he pretty much dang near beat a guy to death that supposedly was detained at the time. I mean, this guy's rap sheet just goes on and on and on. For the longest time, I didn't know that he was in control of the jail, man. I didn't know it was that deep. But I kind of started to realize it because, the night I went to jail, just the way they treated us, I knew immediately that, he had some type of tie to the jail. But this guy's, he's compromised an investigation. They believe he wasn't honest as far as his disciplinary past. They felt he was, he communicated poorly in the beginning. He doesn't even take accountability, for crying out loud. As far as I know, both Republicans and the Democrats signed a recall, meaning that the frustration wasn't political; it was just about competence for the most part. And then the FBI, has publicly criticized this guy. Kash Patel accused Nanos of shutting out the federal investigators for the first days of the case, which we learned was 4 days, according to Kash Patel. It just goes on and on. I mean, we could go on forever. This is just bad. And I think because of Sheriff Nanos, it's been slow progress. It's been very confusing. And it's also just been like slow. I mean, he's slowed this thing down. We know with the DNA because it originally should have went to Quantico. It goes on and on. The confusing statements. He's had a fair share of interviews, like the one yesterday, and it seems like if he's not contradicting himself, he's changing what he said the last interview. One of those confusing statements was the fact that The family was cleared when they're not cleared.
This marks 6 months since Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home. Where does the investigation stand right now?
It's very active. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. We've done a lot of work, but we still have more. And there's not just in DNA, where labs across the country are working together, but in forensics, analysis of thousands and thousands of videos, photos. And we also have still tens of thousands of tips that come in, and we actively work on them. So it's a very active investigation.
The department released 2 ransom notes. Why now?
Well, really 2 reasons. One, it's out there. People have been, media has covered some of this, and we just saw what was being said and felt like we need to put something out that's really accurate. And this was the time. We felt like, investigators felt like there's a number of pieces of information in these notes that it just might jar someone to say, I've heard that, or the wording, the style of the writing might jog somebody to kind of think about who would have written this, how was this done. I think anybody who reads them, my investigators, we look at it, and clearly there's things in there that are very concerning to our investigative team. So we hope that by releasing the actual note, we'll get some response from the community.
Did the Guthrie family know you'd be releasing
Absolutely, absolutely.
6 months in, what's your relationship with the FBI?
It's a good relationship. It's always been a good relationship. You know, we've been a member of what is known as the Southern Arizona Violent Crime Task Force, headed up by the FBI, for decades. We've always participated, and to this day we still do. It's not just a great relationship, it's one that's very valued.
What's your message to the community?
We think somebody knows something. We hope that by releasing some of this information, it will jog somebody to think about what. A lot of people have called this with information, but we also know a lot of people are hesitant to do so. And so I hope that.
You know, one thing I know that the public likes, Sheriff Daniels, is the public likes honesty. We really appreciate honesty sometimes. Sometimes, especially coming from him, revolving around the things that happen with the title that he holds, not everything that he says is promising. So, I mean, you got to understand that there's going to be some things that he's going to say that not everybody wants to hear, not everybody. We just want you to be honest for once. Take some accountability. He just said the FBI and him have a good relationship. I don't know who in this world would buy that for one bit. There's no way in hell they have a good relationship at all. No way.
By constantly reminding the public, we're here, we're not going anywhere. If you have information, someone knows who this person is. Someone knows something. We want that person to call us. We need that phone call.
Why haven't you held a press conference about this case?
The press conferences are actually more designed for when you have a very specific piece of information that you want out in front and you need help with. We do that. In this regard, we felt like just a media release was sufficient.
What's your message to the Guthrie family?
We're still here. We are not going away. If you could just see the team working, you would see the energy, the concern. They're fired up, and we'll continue to work this case hard.
Is there anything that I forgot to ask or that you want to add?
There is a number of issues have been brought up about people being cleared of this investigation. We served a few search warrants. We talked to individuals. and we move on, because if the evidence is there, we continue that path. But that doesn't mean those individuals are cleared. It just means that we met with them because we felt like there was a need. There was probable cause established through evidence, tips, whatever, and presented to a court, and we went on. Does that mean those individuals are cleared? Not necessarily. It just means that we took a look at something that was concerning to us, and now the evidence takes us elsewhere. But more to that point, I can't be any more clear. I said this earlier on, and I say it again. The Guthrie family is not and have not been suspects in this investigation. We have talked with them, worked with them. They are not suspects. They are victims of a very horrific crime.
My sound not on? Oh my God, I'm so sorry, guys. So anyways, I apologize, guys. My goodness. I don't know how I did that. So anyways, as far as Sheriff Nanos, I was just saying, he's very firm on the fact that, because he was talking about Annie and Tommaso, he didn't want to be specific, but the fact that, you know, everyone, I mean, we've done several polls on these channels amongst not just me, but other people. And I think the fact that the world thinks, I mean, when we did a poll last time, I think it was, if not 70 to 80% of the people that think that Annie and Tommaso are somehow, some way involved in this kidnapping. However, I mean, like I've told you guys many times, I go back and forth with it. I don't know what to think sometimes. Sometimes I think they can be involved, and then other times I'm like, well, maybe we're missing something. You know, maybe they aren't, and we've just misled one another, because there's been so many theories, so many things, so many people speculating on the fact that Annie and Tommaso somehow, some way are involved in this. But I don't know. I don't want to throw them under the bus, because I'm not sure, and I can't, because I don't know for sure. So I can't say, you know, they are involved. I could suspect it, but I can't say they're involved. But, you know, the family is not a suspect. That's what Sheriff Nano says. The fact that he's not trustworthy, to me, is bad alone, you know, as a sheriff. You can't even believe anything that he even says. We already know, you know, after he's released the crime scene too early, not just once, but twice. I mean, he's done it multiple times. It's only possible that he cleared this family way too soon. I don't think he should be clearing anybody at all until this whole thing is solved, until they get to the bottom of it. When he says they're not a person of interest, you know, they're cleared. So as of right now, we are where we stand. No arrests, no suspects, no confirmed timeline, no confirmed cause of death. You know, no confirmed actual. We really don't even really have a confirmed crime scene. That what took place at Nancy's. I mean, all we know is, for the most part, there was a porch guy there at a certain time. The back gates, floodlight was damaged, and, you know, those gates were propped open. And then we got the blood on the porch. There's really no confirmed evidence that Nancy was really actually taken that night. They know nothing. And if they did, it wouldn't hurt the investigation for them to, you know, to share that with us. I don't think so. That is insane. It's so sad. I mean, they figured out one of the things that seem almost impossible by being able to go back, pull the cloud on that Ring camera. It's like that's all they got. That's all they got. I mean, there's nothing else further that they can do at this point. I don't know. You know, what else can they pull out of their butt? You know, I don't know. But that's where I gained a lot of hope, is when they were able to go back, pull the cloud. And it's been months since, you know, we've gotten anything else as far as what the, you know, FBI has been able to pull off. And so from what I've seen, so far, since the last time we got the Ring camera footage, nothing at all. And originally I was thinking they are moving somewhere. They might have somebody. They keep going to the DA. The DA keeps telling them, no, it's not enough. They know their guy. They know who it is. No, I don't think so. And if you're Savannah and it's Annie and Tommaso, because I've been hearing a lot of people say this, if you're Savannah and it's Annie and Tommaso and you know it's them and you're just waiting for them to just come forward, I don't know what would provoke her in the right mind to wait for them to simply come forward. I just don't. I don't see that. And why would she be trying to cover that up? And would it be illegal if it turns out Savannah knew the entire time? I mean, obviously it would, right? It would be some type of accessory, right? If she knew this whole time and she just wanted to, you know, her sister to simply come forward. Or are they protecting Annie and Tommaso because they don't have enough and all they need is for them to come forward? I don't know. I just don't see that. I don't see it.
Suspects in this investigation. We have talked with them, worked with them. They are not suspects. They are victims of a very horrific crime.
If someone does have information that may help investigators, where should they call?
Either tip line, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or 520-351-4900 is the Sheriff's Department tip line. You can even call 911. We just need you to call.
Well, a lot of people haven't had much success, you know, calling in. As from what I've seen, most people haven't had much success giving tips as of lately. And that's another thing that indicated to me, you know what, they got something. They're on to something. They're not taking tips anymore. What? They're putting people on a waiting list to give them their tip. It's not even that urgent anymore. They got something for sure. Nope. We are where we've been the entire time. We haven't even moved. Change 3764. Good to see you. Big welcomes. Change. What's up, Paige? How you doing? By the way, Mary, welcome. Mandy, good seeing you, Mandy. Christy says, I thought 911 was only for emergencies. Well, supposedly it should be an emergency if it's, if it has something to do with Nancy and, finding this perp. I would assume that it is urgent, right? So, I would take it as an emergency. You might have a better chance getting through to somebody if you call the emergency line rather than calling the FBI tip line. So, maybe that might be a better way to go about it if you guys, come across some information that might lead up to the return of Nancy, or simply just a perp. We might get somewhere. The longer we wait, the more difficult it is going to be for them to get any DNA from Nancy's body. And I'm pretty sure a lot of, what is left of Nancy, and I hate to say this, but I don't think there would be much left after 6 months. It doesn't take a body long to, deteriorate and, can't remember the word for it, for the flesh and everything to start falling off. It doesn't really take very long. Jennifer from, what is it called? Thorn, X Unfiltered, I believe. They were speaking to a lady out in Sonora. She claims that, she knows where Nancy is. Someone's told her that, she's gotten very close. So it's like somebody out there in Mexico somehow, some way knows where Nancy is, in the general area of where Nancy is. They just don't know exactly where Nancy is. But apparently this guy tried to reach out to a lady by the name of Ramona, who is in some type of search group out in Mexico. It wasn't the one that came to Nancy's originally. It's a different search group. And apparently this lady's close and she may know where Nancy's at. This person went on to describe the fact that he was able to get an eye on the hair. I think he describes Nancy's hair being like reddish or oranges, which kind of, I guess, lines up if I can remember. I can't remember if her hair is black or not, though, for Nancy. I'd have to look at her picture right now. But I think it is about like orangish black, so, or like reddish. You could mistake it for either or. And then he describes a sandal, a flip-flop of some sort that ended up getting dropped. And then he goes on to say that Nancy was wrapped in some type of hotel bedding, and that also she was wrapped in tarp as well. Could it be true? Maybe, maybe not. Fingers crossed, hoping for, that to just turn out to be true. Originally, I did think that Nancy was taken to Mexico. And I honestly, to me, I think that would be the best, place to take a body, especially living here in Tucson. It would be the closest and probably easiest way if you got some ties to people who do something like that for a living, which probably wouldn't be hard to do that either, but very interesting video. So if you get a chance and you want to go check that out, go watch it. I believe it's I think it's Thorn X Unfiltered. Jennifer and her husband Glenn spoke to a lady out in Mexico. I can't recall how they were able to get in touch with this person. I think it's Thornbridge X Unfiltered is the name. We watched a little bit of it the other day. She told me, is Patriot Pride still here? Where's the, she told me that you guys figured out a little bit more. I've been trying to watch the video with Patriot Pride and the lady that, and Jennifer. She said that you guys were able to dig up a little bit more information. And I was looking for the video, but I couldn't find it. And I was trying to figure out what the name of it was. I thought I had found it, but it ended up being the wrong one. Is it the one that says the Nancy did they take Nancy to Mexico? Easy access. Hey, much love to Linda. Thanks so much, Linda, for wow, continue the membership. Remember now, she's a member now for a month and in platinum at that. Since I finally am awake to see you live. I haven't seen you live since I became a member, but watch your replays. I hope you're all well. Much love to you, Maria. Truly appreciate that. God bless you. I'm trying to figure out what video this is. I wanted to see this video. Buried near a burnt tree. Yeah, that's what the lady had said. That the guy that apparently saw Nancy was saying that she is near a burnt tree. Turned out there was like 8 different burnt trees, which made it more difficult to figure out, where to look.
Her say they
But that was a very interesting story. That's the video, Patriot? Okay. I don't know why I didn't think that was the one. I mean, it makes sense, though. What's a good part to watch that video? Man, you guys were talking about Luke before the Luke thing came out, which is kind of crazy. Well, before that Luke news just surfaced, apparently there's a warrant out for Mr. Luke Daly's DNA. According to sources, it's not related to the Nancy Guthrie case, but with all the information they withheld from the public with this case, can't believe anything they say. Church. Man, maybe we'll have to watch the whole thing. So anyway, I'm going to play a quick clip, though, so you guys can see this here, and then I'll try to find that part. A good part to start in on that Patriot Pride video here.
second, I asked her, and I also asked my other friend. I didn't say anything about, because she doesn't follow the case. She didn't know anything beyond Savannah's mom is missing. I know that's hard to believe from a lot of people, but 4 FBI agents that I interviewed knew that Savannah Guthrie's mom was missing, knew that she had been abducted, and knew nothing else beyond the porch guy video. Like, I'm not kidding. And these are people that are retired. They have their own security companies. So not everybody is as obsessed.
Well, a lot of
So
the
having
retired FBI people, they were telling us like they left that life behind. They're not interested in dealing with that
Right.
anymore. And they saw a blurb on the news or something, but they didn't know anything about it. It was kind of amazing.
But my point is that I asked her to listen to what this lady said, because she's older. She's my age versus the young. And she said that pantalones could be jeans, pants, pajamas. It goes with many things, which is why I asked Haiti in English to ask her again, can she be more specific about it? And you'll see that in a minute. But what do you think so far about what you've heard? Because there's more. So
I mean, I think this is, some great information. I mean, we've never heard anything like this before, and
that he was
I'm kinda
paid.
in awe about it. Yeah. It kind of tells you if this is all legitimate. I mean, it's a 2 or 3 part process. There's multiple people involved with this, right, Mike? I mean,
Most definitely. I mean, we can have all kind of thought, there was probably 2 or 3 people at the house to get to transport or take her from the house. And then my question would be like, what kind of connections do they have to that cartel, right? Like, you just don't get connections to cartel.
William.
Well, when you're an
He's
hour and a
William.
half from the border,
So you got to understand, though. I mean, because I know I was like that. I was the same way when it came to the fact that these cameras should have been able to catch somebody in that neighborhood. But when you're looking at Nancy's house and other people's houses, Nancy's house, most people's houses are not like Nancy's house in that neighborhood. Most of these houses are very far away from the road, just like Nancy's house is far away from the road. But even looking at the houses behind, so you see the house, some of these houses from behind Nancy's house, they're not vertical to the road, just like Nancy's house. But most of them are far much worse than Nancy's. I would say Nancy's is one of the few houses that actually nearly face the road. Other than that, a lot of these people in this neighborhood, there's not even really a point in having a Ring camera, except for the fact that these people, they want to be able to capture who's knocking on their door. But this is why some of these people with these big homes put their Ring cameras on their mailbox, because the driveways are just so long to get to the actual front door that there's really no real intent to have a Ring camera and use it the way it's supposed to be used in that sense. But there are not very many houses in that neighborhood that capture the road that we think should have saw something. And believe it or not, a lot of those houses really don't have cameras as far as surveillance goes. But nowadays, I mean, most people do have Ring cameras, but they don't have surveillance. And you have to consider the fact that not all the neighbors were too fond of the FBI or law enforcement in general to be able to, take their footage from their home. And then you had other neighbors, not just Nancy, that did not pay their subscription. Literally, a lot of people, people from Tucson or Arizona, they live, a retired life and they don't want to be bothered. I don't know what the timestamp on that would be, Patriot Pride. Maybe I'm watching the wrong video. I was watching Jennifer's. I was starting with Jennifer's because she kind of explains what we're kind of looking at, or it kind of gives people a rift of kind of what's going on. Man, much love, Esmeralda. She says, good to be here. I missed the thing. Hold on. I missed the super chat there. It went away. Much love to Esmeralda, though. She says, good to be here. Why does it keep going away? What's wrong with my thing? It's broken. Yep, broken. Anyways, C. Shelley, thanks for the $20 super chat. She says, hit that thumb up and subscribe. Help the Juice channel continue to grow. Much love, C. Shelley. And then Esmeralda, thanks so much for the $20 super chat. She says, good to be here in good company. Hope your baby doing okay. Much love, Esmeralda. God bless you both. Yeah, baby's fine. Young and being a crybaby. That's what he's doing. Being a big baby. I guess that's what babies do, right? Let me see if I could catch Patriot Pride's comment here. Just trying to see what timestamp to start off at here. It says start around the 42-minute mark. 42. Oh, is this like... Okay.
Of Tucson, very close to...
So we all remember that. You remember that, right, Mike?
Yes.
Okay. And we all remember that. And by the way, Whiskey Frequency, thank you so much. Sent 5 Patriot Pride gift memberships. So if you guys received a membership, thank you so much. And thank Christy at Whiskey Frequency. And also, Aussie Mom, great to see you. Welcome to the Patriot Pride family. Great to see you. I saw you the other night. So on another live stream. So thank you so much. So You guys remember
Like,
that, he was in the moment, Mike. But it was Pima County SWAT, but feds actually did raid them, right?
Yes.
So a federal warrant was served to in order to go in, and you remember the amount of resources that they applied to that. Do you remember that?
Well, he said that he followed in 24. 24.
I'm watching the right video,
Yeah.
right?
That's a lot. Like that. I mean,
Yeah, it is. I mean,
you imagine being behind. You sitting there and having 24 law enforcement vehicles in front of you.
yeah, exactly. So that's kind of the point.
I've never been on anything that big.
Yeah. So that's kind of the point I want to get into next is, so how do you get a federal search warrant? Okay.
I mean, you have to go through some, like,
The channels are pretty extensive, right?
yeah, and it's more than just your standard probable cause. Like,
Yeah.
you have to basically know there's something in there for them, and it's night, it's raining, it's not like, that's not the best circumstances to go.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's check this out. So, how a federal search warrant is approved. A federal search warrant is legally rigorous, not easy to obtain. And I think a lot of people were really not aware of this, but I said this from day one. So, extensive preparation. Federal agents and prosecutors spend weeks or months building a case. They compile evidence from surveillance, confidential informants, find an impartial judge that a federal crime has been committed and that specific evidence of that crime is currently located inside the target
thank you,
home,
LOL.
business, or
I
property.
wasn't sure if I was.
Judicial review. A federal magistrate judge or U.S. District Court judge carefully reviews the affidavit. The judge can question the agent under oath, request additional information, or require more evidence before deciding. Final approval. Only if the judge is satisfied that probable cause exists will they sign the warrant.
Yeah, so Carlos is he's been suing, I believe, for a while. I don't know if Luke is suing. We haven't heard anything about that as of yet. But it is suspicious though, because we don't know. Well, I know why they were, from what I've heard, I know for Carlos, he, his cell phone, from what we've heard, pinged in the area of Nancy's home around the time that she appeared to be abducted. So that's what I think led up to his raid. I have a hard time understanding how they were able to raid Luke. What ties Luke to this? What did he do, to get them to go do that? Or with Sheriff Nanos, is this something that we don't know about that's behind the scenes? Did he actually break the law? But it was on live television. So, I mean, he had to have gotten this warrant somehow, some way. So Luke has to have some type of affiliation if they were able to, get a raid, or I'm sorry, get granted from the judge to go do this raid. And as we saw the night that Luke was actually detained, there were so many federal agents, it wasn't even funny.
Warrant must specifically describe the place to be searched and the items to be seized. Agents must execute it within a limited time frame. Okay, so key points here. The process involves multiple federal professionals, agents, prosecutors, and federal judges. It is not a quick or simple process. Judges do not approve warrants without strong sworn evidence. Federal warrants are a serious legal step, not taken lightly, okay? So the important distinction, a search warrant does not mean guilt. It means a judge found probable cause to search for specific evidence. The contents of the affidavit are often sealed and not public. The target has the right to challenge the warrant and the search in court.
Wow.
The standard is high. Bare suspicion is not enough. Probable cause is required, right, Mike? So I just wanted to make a point and let you guys understand that obtaining a federal search warrant is not an easy thing to do. Did you guys ever do a federal search warrant?
I was never in on a federal search warrant. But one of the things is, and it's just the way we are just as far as America these days, right? Like, you don't want to go in and just like sue happy, right? Like there's a lot of people that will just sue, and every
Indeed.
right you should. If you getting, if they come in and they're doing something, or that you're getting accused of doing something, so you want to make sure too that you're doing everything by the books and have enough in case. I'm talking about federally, you don't want to cross any lines and step on somebody for just step on them. Oh, I think it's in there. You gotta pretty much you gotta pretty much know what you're looking for.
Yeah, great point.
That doesn't mean that they're gonna find it, but you have to have,
some pretty damn solid evidence.
You would have to have reasonable suspicion, and then that will go, okay, hey, I need that, blah, blah, blah. Now, can you prove, and it give you a little bit more investigation, and then once you find it there, to go, hey, there's my probable cause to think that it's there.
Yeah.
But, to me, I think that it has to do with, they were raided. When did this raid go down? The day before she was arrested, right?
No, the day after she was arrested.
So they raided, and then she was arrested the day after. No.
She was arrested on the 12th. The raid went down on the 13th.
Yes.
Would it be possible that the family had suspicions about Luke? So, based off those suspicions that they may have had in regards to Luke, is what led up to this, the raid that they did? I mean, what other person would have mentioned their name that would have provoked this to go down? I mean, I don't get it. I mean, there's some tie that ties Luke to this, and we just haven't figured out what it is because it's all confidential. They've got it all sealed, so we don't know why they were able to get this granted on a judge's behalf. But it states that a judge will only sign a warrant if the investigators provide a sworn affidavit that shows probable cause. And then for the Luke situation, investigators presented specific evidence that justified searching his residence. So, I mean, they had something on Luke that we just don't know what it was that made him relevant to this investigation surrounding Nancy Guthrie. So, I mean, it's really super suspicious. And that's one of the reasons why I don't count Luke out, because he's not mentioning something in this interview, and he did an interview. So he had an opportunity to tell the world why they raided him. But apparently, according to him, he lied and said he didn't know. Oh, you know why. You know why. They have to tell you why.
So she
At some
was
point.
arrested for something, and then
Unrelated.
right, and then they ended up being able. So, and then they did
Exactly.
raid on them.
Yes. Timing is impeccable. So, real quick, Diane.
It makes you question.
Diane, welcome to the Patriot Pride family. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Had his name been on the radar at
1
all
hour mark?
before that?
So we got to skip up a little bit? Okay,
obviously
we'll
for
skip
them,
up, yeah.
but
I mean, but
I don't not that I'm aware of. I don't know.
I mean, it might.
Hey, much
not
up to you,
be,
by the
even
way,
though,
LOL.
Let's say,
Yeah, maybe
1 hour
not,
mark for the
because
info at
maybe
Patriot
she
Pride
had,
Uncovered.
and I'm
Okay,
just saying,
let's go.
maybe she
Let's
had
go.
enough evidence to go, hey,
Patriot Pride said it
this
was
is
you.
who, and then
Yeah.
you got.
And that's what a lot of people are thinking. And so, real quick, guys, thank you again. If you're
Hold
here
on.
for the first time, please hit that subscribe button, guys. We are trying to get to 11,000 tonight. We only need 23 more. So, if you guys will hit that like button or that subscribe button and get us to
All right, hold on.
to 11,000, we need 23 more. Crash. Hubie escaped serious injury and fled into the desert on a broken foot, but was arrested. Okay, did you hear that? A broken foot, Mike? He fled into the desert on a broken foot.
Did we go too far?
But was arrested by Border Patrol agents shortly after, said Lopez. Okay? So, I mean, I don't want to say he's a bad dude, but he's a.
Well, there was a
Well,
couple
we
things
watched
that-
the Jennifer as well. But did we go too far on this? Somebody said the 1 hour mark, so this is just before it. 2 hours and 40 minutes in. For you talk about Jennifer's? Yeah, seriously, Misty, what caused them to pull him over what caused them to pull him over and raid his house at the same time? It's crazy.
you read in that stuck out. Of course, the broken foot, right? I mean, he's smuggling at the border, especially after last night, right? Like hearing. So I'm trying to wrap my head around that. But the one thing that stood out to me most, even
Back up a
over the
couple
broken
minutes.
foot and the smuggling, was what kind of
Adam said it's one hour mark. Oh man, I think we did miss it. Okay, hold on.
color at
Foot brokenly hospital and was airlifted to Gracie Baldwin. And gets 11 years for car crash that killed an 80-year-old woman. Okay. So a Tucson man was sentenced in a federal court to 11 years in prison on Monday for trying to smuggle 2 Mexican men into the United States, an attempt that ended.
Adam said it's 1 hour mark. So this is like the 55 mark. We're good?
Disastrously when he swerved into oncoming traffic while fleeing from Border Patrol agents and killed an 80-year-old woman. Okay. And this is a long, it's not that long. Let me read it. William Kim.
It's long, y'all. It is really, it's not that long.
William Ken Hubie, 31, was sentenced by a U.S. district judge for the transportation of illegal aliens resulting in death. A spokesman from the U.S. Attorney's Office said the sentencing was part of a plea deal made in March between Hubie and the U.S. Attorney. Hubie's partner. So
I'm going to throw my phone. Wait, guys! What are y'all killing me right now? I'm about to have Patriot probably call me, man. I wanted to see the part that they, as Jennifer said, they were able to reveal some more interesting things that I think was related to the topic she's been talking about, revolving around the missing, sorry, not the missing person, revolving around the lady that said that somebody gave her the hit that they know where Nancy's at.
Someone passed away, but he was smuggling folks, right? So
It says we're buffering a little bit.
has to have to 2026. So in January of 15, involved in a human smuggling incident west of Tucson. While fleeing Border Patrol, he crossed onto oncoming traffic. A head-on collision killed an 80-year-old woman and seriously injured others. Later in that year, federally charged with transportation of undocumented immigrants resulting in death. Later pled guilty. August of 16, sentenced in U.S. District Court to 11 years in federal prison. 16 to 25, serves his federal prison sentence, released from incarceration at some point, and placed on federal supervised release. Exact release date is not publicly available. Okay, February the 3rd of 25, federal warrant returned executed. Taken into custody for alleged violations of supervised release.
Okay.
So we went back in, Mike.
Okay.
April 16th of 25, judgment and commitment filed following revocation of supervised release. Court revoked his supervised release and imposed an additional sentence. Length of revocation sentence is not publicly disclosed. February 24th of 26, new federal magistrate case opened in Central District of California. Case terminated the same day. Defendant represented by a federal public defender, likely related to an arrest or a warrant under transfer. Okay, and so July 26, current custody status is publicly unclear.
Maybe she was talking about something else that he may have revealed. I think that's what she maybe had meant.
No public records confirm whether he remains incarcerated or has been released again. No public charges have been filed against him in the Nancy Guthrie investigation yet. So why does this seem unusual? His name is circulated widely online despite no publicly announced charges in the Nancy Guthrie case. He was released from his original prison sentence and placed on supervised release, but was later taken back into custody in 25 for violations. A new federal case in California was opened in 26, suggesting continued federal involvement. No public information confirms his current whereabouts or custody status. Okay, so he got out, they put him back in, and then allegedly he got out again, Mike. So that's the point I'm trying to make. So, again, this guy is involved with some pretty interesting things, in my opinion. So, you know,
No,
you
no,
have to
no, no,
have
no.
connections to smuggle people, Mike. Right? I mean, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, you
No, I had that. I have that video. I wanted to see if there was, because she was saying that there was something that he had revealed, and I wanted to see that part of it. But I don't think this is it.
That I mean,
to bring her to take her home, right? There would be no sense in coming home because that would give me so much more opportunity to get away, right? So if A&T were involved, and I'm not saying they are, but statistics state that, you know, the last person to see them, family, this, that, and the other, statistics would hedge your bets on that they were involved. So it would tell me, hey, that she never made it home. Then, if she never made it home, we would want the crime scene to take it off of us. We would want her house to look like a crime scene. Well, if she never made it home, it wouldn't be a crime scene. So that's where the staging comes in, right? That's where the person on the front porch, let's take this down. Let's, you know, the blood I really can't explain, but I mean, could it be planted? Yes, evidence has been planted before.
All you gotta do is use one of these.
Would you stage the back doors and it make people think a lot of different things where that originally wasn't the crime scene? She took the Uber over there and then she never got home.
I want to welcome to the stage a true celebrity, Miss Jen with Thornbridge X Unfiltered. Thanks for joining us, Jennifer.
you're ridiculous.
Wow, Jennifer.
Hi,
honored
guys.
us with her presence.
How are you doing, Jennifer?
How cool is this?
Oh my gosh, this
Where's
is
the red
gross.
carpet?
You guys are sweet. I want to tell everybody, all of your followers, I have been so overwhelmed at the positive response to you, Patriot Pride, coming on and saying, thank you so much for having Patriot Pride on your show. Thank you so much for interviewing, you know, these people, the searchers. Guys, I can't thank you enough for helping me pull it together and, you know, supporting me and getting that interview and trying to help me all the way around and coming on last night. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. It was awesome. So proud of you
That was an
guys.
awesome show, Jen.
Well, I'm proud of you guys.
And you definitely
haven't-
y'all definitely put on a great production. Like it's legit.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Glenn works hard at it. I work hard at it. It's like, and yeah, and you guys, congratulations on 11,000 followers. I mean, that just speaks.
Let's go.
Thank you.
I mean,
Yes.
I was
awesome.
laughing though because when your numbers were dropping the minute you said, "Can we?" and I'm like, "Is this a joke?" Because when you guys were like, "Look, you guys made it to 1,000 likes," and then it was like, "Never mind, it's 995." I was like, what? Like, I mean, oh my gosh, isn't that just life? There's the people that want to help out, and the people like, I'm not letting them reach 1,000 likes, So
I've never had
I'm just
1,000
glad
likes on
that
anything.
the majority of people are really, really supportive and really, really kind. And I think, I don't know if people realize when you try to put on a quality production and bring true information to everybody like you guys do, it is a lot of effort. It is a lot of research. It's a lot of time. And you guys have lives, outside of this.
Yeah.
So when people take the time to go to the keyboard and say, thank you, it was awesome. When most people just take to the keyboard to go, you suck. It's like, it's really nice when people take the time out of their day to say, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I heard it over and over again about the quality of your show and what kind.
Have it.
Hello. No, I cannot. I don't back out, I guess.
For I think get the formula.
But I think our formula is we
Be wonderful.
Last night when
But anyway, Mike, what were you saying? Go ahead.
blessed with just an amazing community, and I'm in awe and blessed. then I need to come in here and sit down.
So
in this
Patriot
chair.
probably would say it was basically the connection of Kayla, Luke, and William, and how he may have ties to cartel from human trafficking. Okay, so I did go way too far then. Okay, because I was confused. I don't know. She was saying something that was revealed, so I guess because she wasn't specific on it exactly. I thought she was getting at the fact that there were some other things that were later revealed on your channel revolving around the lady that they said knew where Nancy was at, but she was talking about something in reference to Luke, I suppose, rather than that. Okay, because I was confused, so I was trying to find that, so I was looking for the wrong thing the whole time. Okay, all right, I didn't know for sure. Much love, LOL. Thanks for the $5 super chat. She says the 50-minute and a half, 1 hour mark is the info PP uncovered tying Kayla's ex-husband to the Mexico theory. I see what's in this. Okay. Right, because I was a bit confused on what she meant when she was talking about something that may have been somewhat related to this whole thing. Okay. She says that's a what mark? 50-minute mark. Well, it's okay. I'm kind of everywhere. I don't know where to. I just don't know where. I guess I would like to know where to start, but it looks like I've pretty much started from there. But I don't know where we would have left off, anyways. So, but anyways, I just wanted to see what it was. I don't know about the Kayla girl. I know one thing when it comes to Luke, I think he lied about their relationship because he said that they were, it was just some girl that he got in trouble with, that they, they don't really, they, for one, he said they were never together. And he said that they also, don't really know each other like that. But I would have to say that they would have to. I mean, you're not going to go do crime with somebody. I mean, you'd be surprised. I guess it depends on what it is, but you're less likely to do a big crime with somebody, like moving illegal aliens with some stranger. But I guess that's possible for somebody to do, depending on how, money hungry they actually are. But interesting. I still never take Luke out of the loop. I'm surprised the Kayla girl, or Kaylee, whatever her name is, I'm surprised she never spoke out and has said anything.
The amount of leads that you've been receiving, and
I don't even know, is she behind bars right now? Is she free? Or because the last time I thought I checked that she was, or heard, I thought she was actually locked up or getting ready to go, do some jail time or something like that. Yeah, as far as I know, Kate, Luke and the girl were they were a thing. Now I don't know if that's true or not, but because Luke, when he sat down for that interview, he denied all of that.
Yeah.
Because they knew it was a lesser crime.
Yeah.
So they would get lesser time.
It's a great
so
point.
I would they would basically be like, hey, I know I didn't do that because my alibi was over here. I was blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And I mean, they just get in trouble for both.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, so let's check this out. So I'll take this picture down, and real quick, let's look at this, guys. Guys, we need 18 more subscribers. I want us to watch this together. So
congrats to 11K, guys.
Again, late last year. Okay, and so allegedly he is now wanted again, Mike, and I don't know for what reason. So again, that's just information that I received, and it may be legit and it may not be legit. So I just want to make everybody aware that I'm not accusing anybody of anything. So I do want to remind everybody, even though
I thought that was bad for the longest time back in his days or something, man. That's crazy. Insane.
Yes.
Luke Daly. Give me 1 second, guys.
Certainly could be.
6 months ago, tonight, this is after 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie disappeared from her Tucson area home. The Pima County Sheriff's Office has finally released the alleged ransom notes that were supposedly sent by these alleged kidnappers. Now, as you may know, these notes have been the source of more than a little controversy in the months since Today's Show hosted.
See, if Luke was involved, he would have had to been like a little minion or something like that. If you know the ransom notes turned out to be real, and I don't know, I think he would have had to been the person that's gotten paid. And then, you know, let's say Nancy's in Mexico, you know, I don't see Luke having any ties to Mexico, and he just doesn't seem like he's that smart. But he might be. I mean, he drives a Range Rover. He was able to figure that out. So I don't know. And where does he get his money? What kind of work does he do?
Savannah Guthrie's mother vanished, mostly because we still don't know if they're real. And though the cops still won't verify their authenticity because of something that I'm going to get into in just a little bit, it is important to read them in full. So here we go. The first alleged note that was apparently sent on February 2nd says this. Hello, Savannah. We have your mother, Nancy. She is safe but scared. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, she will be released unharmed. We will be holding her for a maximum of 7 days. You will need to send Bitcoin in the amount of $4 million USD, United States dollars, interesting, before 5 p.m. on Thursday the 5th. If payment is not received, the ransom will be increased to $6 million US dollars, which will need to be paid by 5 p.m. on Monday the 9th.
So I wanted to play this because I liked what Chris points out here.
Once payment is received to the Bitcoin address below, she will be released within 12 hours of deposit to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson. If payment is not received by the last deadline on Monday the 9th at 5 p.m., she will be killed. Your mother is aware of this, and her life is in your hands. It is in the best interest of everyone to have this completed as soon as possible. You will not be able to contact me from here on out. There will be no negotiation. Do not play games. Law enforcement will not be able to help you. She had a white smartwatch on the floor of the foot of her bed, and the white floodlight in backyard was destroyed. Then you have the second alleged note. Very different tone. This was apparently sent on February 6th, so 3 days before the deadline from that first note. It says, Guthrie family, we did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. She perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related. She is buried in nature now. Nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We want your family to know this and hope you all can find peace. We are truly sorry. Now, despite the fact that the sheriff's
when you really think about those ransom notes, I mean, it does sound like those ransom notes could possibly be real. Just the way I don't know. It's hard to say. And then it was about a day later from the day that they actually took her. You know, why did they wait a day? Why didn't they why did they send these ransom notes out the very day that, she was actually abducted? Maybe they wanted to make sure that they had some time in between the time she was taken and, the time that they, wherever they took her, got her situated into wherever they had her stationed for whatever. I don't know. And then, it seems like the only people that weren't there that I remember is TMZ. Everyone else that were there in the beginning, like the first ones there were the ones who received these letters, which is kind of interesting to me too. Brianna was one of them, and then I think there was about 2 or 3 other news media outlets that received those ransom notes. And it seems like it was the people that got here in the beginning more so rather than the, I don't know. It definitely sounds like it was planned because I don't know if ABC was here. I don't know if the local news stations were here on day 2. I don't know. I guess that's something you could ask Google to see who was really here first. I know News Nation was one of the first people that were here. And then Brianna, according to her, she said she was one of the first that she was here. I can't remember what news she was with. It was like one of the low-end news media outlets. So, but I don't know who was here first. But it seems like the ones that were here in the beginning were the ones who received that letter, which is kind of weird.
Office couldn't authenticate the notes. They are now asking for the public's help in finding whoever wrote them. Said in a press release, quote, "These communications reveal distinctive patterns of word choice, syntax, and phraseology that reflect the writer's unique linguistic style. We believe these distinctive linguistic characteristics may be recognizable to someone who knows or has interacted with the note's writer." And the cops also asked for tips on anyone with sudden changes in behavior around the time of Nancy's disappearance, including sudden interest or disinterest in the case. That can be key. So does this plea from the police mean they think the notes are real? Is there something in there identifying the sender? Do you recognize something? Or is this just a Hail Mary play from an investigation that has finally hit a wall? Joining me now for a closer look, so happy to have him, Chris McDonough, the director for the Cold Case Foundation. He is also a retired homicide detective and co-host of the Interview Room. Good to see you, sir. You tell me, why would they release this now? Why not release it earlier on?
Well, that's a great question, Jesse, but I think obviously what they're trying to do is find a legitimate connection and relationship to the notes and to the suspect at large. Is this a smokescreen that came in because of the attention that was drawn to this particular situation, or if in fact they're trying to establish, are these legit?
But they don't have anybody. In other words, if they knew this was 1 or 2 people, they wouldn't be making it public. So I don't feel like they have anybody in mind.
Yeah, no, I concur 1,000%. And what's interesting is the structure of the particular notes as a whole. I mean, I've been hammering it all day on some things, and I kind of want to point a couple of things out to you.
Please.
First of all, note number 1, Nancy is mentioned just one time in this whole entire conversation between note number 1 and note number 2. And the reason that's important is the following. The word "we" in the very first paragraph there is mentioned 2 times. We have, we will. Okay? The word "she" is mentioned 6 times. She is safe. She will be held. She will be released. She will be released again. She will be killed. Now, the other really interesting thing is the word "received" is mentioned 4 times. Is received, not received, is received. And one of those "received" is spelled incorrectly down there where "if payment is not received." So it's almost like the note writer was into a rush. Now, if we go down to the bottom,
Chris.
and we see the word "she" again for this last part about there's a white smartwatch on the floor. My first question was, does that smartwatch have DNA on it from the suspect? Because we don't know if, in fact, this is true, that there's a smartwatch on the floor. But did the suspect place it there? And if so, maybe that's some of the
big
DNA.
question is, would only somebody who took her or was part of the investigation know that detail? So when I'm looking at these notes, and you raise a good point, they are distinctive. They are bizarre.
Yeah.
Big question I've heard today is it from AI or did a person write it? And it's phrased so weird, USD, US dollars. It's like, is that person from here or is there an international connection?
Yeah, that's a great question because, AI certainly could be in play. But when you do that comparative analysis against note number 2, let's take a look at that one as a whole. The Guthrie family is now addressed. Why the sudden shift away from Savannah? Now we're going back to the Guthrie family, and here's what's really stark that jumps out: the word "we" again. The word "we" jumps at 5 times in the second note. We did. We never. We believe.
What does that tell you? What does that tell you?
That it's more than one person.
It tells me that there's an emotional shift in whoever put these notes together. Whoever used AI or whoever used, the actual, their own verbiage in relationship to assembling it, there's an emotional shift that takes place. So it's almost a panic that takes place. And then,
does that mean that you think it's legitimate? Do you think it's from the same person and it's legitimate? They're telling the truth about what happened here and they feel sorry?
Well, it's definitely not the guy on the front porch. That guy came to take, Nancy Guthrie with a gun. So he's not ending this conversation or this story with "we are truly sorry." That ain't happening.
Yeah, but I think one of the things that Chris is pointing out is not the fact that it's not just not only AI generated, but the fact that whoever did this used AI. But what he's saying is there's a possibility they used AI, but it was changed into their own words when using AI. So to make it sound like it was more personal, as if AI wasn't used, they utilized AI to make their word selection sound better. But at the same time, they were making it into their own words, which makes sense. So that's why you could possibly see that misspelling there.
So whoever has assembled these notes, in my opinion, if she was kidnapped, they may have had a softer feminine approach around Nancy Guthrie.
Well, let me ask you this point, and before we wrap things up.
Sure.
Savannah released this video earlier this week, and I was talking about it on Leland's show, where she's appealing to do the right thing. To me, she seems like a really nice person, a good person who may be trying to appeal to the sentiment, the emotion of the writer in the second note, assuming it's real. You felt so bad, you risked telling us what happened. Just tell us now where she is. Is there anything to this?
Yeah. No, that's a great point. And look at the word "our" in her statement on Instagram. Our mom, our family, our situation, our part. So she is trying to reach out to that emotional side of note writer number 2. So, I think the BAU crafted a lot of this.
I don't know. We'll see what happens. I hope something comes from it. So strange. 6 month mark.
Very interesting. Good point from Chris that he had pointed out. I mean, that was pretty good. And then I didn't even notice that they did spell receive wrong. But I mean, to be honest, that makes the note more personal. I would say, rather than somebody just taking it completely from AI and then, copying and pasting it. But the "we" part grabs my attention because it sounds like they are saying they're referring to them and somebody else, as if it is more than one person that's involved, that's responsible for not only her kidnapping, but the fact that, someone could be like Dr. Brucato says, the chef and waiter in this situation. So, yeah, I mean, maybe so. I wonder, if they did take Nancy out to Mexico, if this person that says that they know somebody who knows where Nancy's at, how much they get paid for a job like this, is it even worthy to get rid of a body? And this person claims that that this person out here, whoever dropped her body off, was saying that they needed to get rid of a body quick. And it almost sounds like they know or been in this situation before, because they knew exactly where to go. They knew exactly who to talk to. So, I mean, apparently this isn't this person's first rodeo. Although it does look like that when we watch the guy on the ring camera footage. But I mean, it sounds like it could be a ties of people, not just one person who did this entire whole thing. It almost sounds like a transaction between multiple people somehow, some way. But who's to say? Now, whether or not it took more than one person to get Nancy out of the house, I can't say. I still think it's a one-man job, although I think it, at some points in time throughout this case, I've thought that, it was at least 2 people. But now I don't know so much. I don't know. And it makes it more difficult because I still question whether or not that this whole thing was staged. and she really didn't make it home that night. It's very difficult for me to land my plane on that one. And easily somebody could have did all of what they did, at Nancy's that night. Not only that, they could have they could have took the Apple Watch there for all we know and just left it there. But then that would be questionable because obviously with her Apple Watch and her cell phone device, they would be able to track her movement. And that's the thing where, to me, once they pulled the cloud, once they were able to pull this Ring camera footage, I thought that they would have been able to go in Nancy's phone and track her every move. But it seems like, I would only hope with them getting in touch with Apple, and I'm pretty sure the FBI did, how far they got with Apple and was Apple, able to pull a cloud within her cell phone device to track her GPS locations the night of. And from there, I thought that, we would actually get a legitimate timeline capturing pretty much every moment. Because as you know, the Apple Watch mirrors the phone. And even if the phone isn't present, the Apple Watch still can do a lot of the things that it does, with the phone. All you need to have on the Apple Watch is Wi-Fi. And it's going to pretty much do everything a cell phone does with or without the phone. So, I don't know where we stand as far as Apple. It would be pretty dumb if the FBI never reached out to Apple itself and tried to get further with this investigation. But who knows? It's crazy. I don't know why it came to mind, but every time that, well, not every time. Sometimes when I'm looking at my phone, because I have an iPhone, there's always like a little red dot that like appears at the top. And I wonder sometimes if Apple's able to listen in or anything like that, because there's something obviously that records our phones to give us certain data and track certain information, which is interesting, but that's besides the point. But why weren't they able to talk to Apple directly and track Nancy's every movement to determine whether or not she made it home that night? Did Nancy make it home? Did investigators get far enough to make that, to conclude that just that situation alone, if whether or not Nancy made it home? That's what I would like to know. Why not let us know some details based on what they know? I don't know. I feel like, it's been 6 months. We should know whether or not Nancy made it home by now, at least. If she did not make it home that night, this is going to cause more chaos revolving around the fact that most people think, the majority, because it's true, of the world thinks that ANC are involved. That is going to be awful for them if it turns out Nancy never made it home. Honeybee says proof of Uber would be nice. Yeah, it most certainly would be. When you look it up online, it states that this Uber driver had cameras inside and out of the vehicle. So, I believe it. I think she really took an Uber to Annie and Tommaso's that night. It's just what happened after that night was over. So, I don't know. The pacemaker would have disconnected earlier. But why should the pacemaker ever disconnect at all? That's the thing for me. A pacemaker should never disconnect. Unless, I think unless somebody, messes with that pacemaker. But it's according to sources, the Uber driver the data was verified. The GPS route, the driver was identified, the trip duration, payment logs were all verified, and the pickup and the drop off timestamp were all verified. And that was one of the few people in this investigation that states that they were cleared early. So that Uber driver was cleared very early in this investigation. But the Uber trip, according to sources, was verified. If she left the house, the pacemaker will disconnect if she's not close to the device in which the app is on. Interesting. I just don't understand that, because if she didn't have a pacemaker, I'm sorry, excuse me, not a pacemaker. If she didn't, if she left the house all the time or left the house at any point in time, that would mean her pacemaker would disconnect all the time. You don't need an Apple Watch or a cell phone device for a pacemaker to function. I think a pacemaker is going to function regardless, no matter where you go, because that's what it's made to do. A pacemaker isn't designed around an Apple Watch for it to work. It's designed to keep your heart to beat at a certain rhythm. It's not designed to shut off and on if a device is not near it. Otherwise, I think people would be dying all the time if they would go too far away from whatever is supposedly supposed to be connected to the pacemaker. It's inside of your chest. There would have to be some base that sits at the house that it connects to for it to disconnect if you get too far away from whatever base that it has. But that would suck if an Apple Watch is what keeps the pacemaker going. Now, as far as her pacemaker app, as far as the app maybe disconnecting, yeah, the app itself, but the pacemaker would have never stopped regardless. What I'm trying to say is I don't understand when it would have, why we would have seen any disconnection at all. I don't know how they would have seen any disconnection at all, unless like I said, it would have to come strictly from the pacemaker app within the cell phone device or the Apple Watch, but which is I'm sure what they're talking about. But I've never seen a pacemaker with, at least the ones that I've seen with people having a pacemaker, there's like no base that it has, that it sits, that it's on at home, that if you go too far away from it, it disconnects. I've never seen that, but I guess that's what they are. Maybe I just never seen a person at work pull it out and see it right in front of me. I don't know. I'm just confused with the pacemaker thing, because as far as I know, it's a device that goes in your chest, not in the actual heart, that keeps your heart beating at a certain rhythm. And obviously that device that they put inside of you is connected to your phone through an app, so they can monitor the pacemaker. So I would assume that at some point in time, obviously Nancy was taken away from that Apple Watch and her phone since it was left behind. And that's at some point what was that's how they were able to reveal that data. As far as the time that her pacemaker disconnected. But I don't know. It's just unfortunate with the pacemaker because there's no there's not really from what I've heard, there's no GPS data on it. Like you can't track somebody's location through a pacemaker from what I see. Jackie says it disconnects from the monitoring device. Oh, I missed it. Please stand up. Say what? GPS on pacemakers, good idea. Interesting. I want to find this video here. Hold on, guys. Give me 2 seconds here. It just bothers me because they were able to pull off certain things with Google, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to pull off anything with Apple. I just don't know what. I mean, I would like to know how far they've really gotten, because there's definitely some details, a lot of details that we don't know about that's going on in this case, and I would just love to know. Just that specific. That would be my one question. Did you guys get anywhere with Apple? Was Apple able to pull the GPS data from the time that she left Annie and Tommaso's to the time she arrived at home? She did not take a Uber back home. She got a ride by either Tommaso or Annie back home. Now I say Annie and Tommaso because Sheriff Nanos is one of the people who confused us on who actually took her home. I think he slipped up and he told us that it was Tommaso. So I've always assumed that it was Tommaso because he messed up and said a little bit too much. So to my knowledge, Tommaso is the one who took her home. Why it was him, I have no idea. Maybe Annie was under the influence of a narcotic. Maybe she was under the influence of alcohol. She drank too much. If Tommaso took Nancy home that night, why didn't Annie take her mom home? And I wouldn't mind, either way, my wife, or if I was a woman, I wouldn't mind my husband taking my mother home. I don't think too much of it. And I also don't know how their relationship is when it comes to Savannah. I'm sorry, not Savannah. When it comes to Savannah and Tommaso too, but when it comes to Nancy and Tommaso, I don't know what their relationship is like. I've always questioned whether or not that they have a good relationship or not. I will never let go of the fact that I think Tommaso, well, not Tommaso, we'll leave Tommaso out of it. Sheriff Nanos. I don't know why I feel like he and Tommaso somehow know each other, but I will never let go of the fact that I think Sheriff Nanos is involved just because of how he's handled this investigation. The only way I will never, I'll be able to not believe that is once they put this case together and solve it. Otherwise, I think forever throughout the rest of this case, I will always feel like Sheriff Nanos is somehow, some way involved in this.
After did they
just a few days, just a few days. It was in the first week of the investigation. So like this is unfolding, like each day there's something new, right? So just a couple days later, ransom notes go into TMZ and then the Tucson station that was a sister station to the Phoenix station I worked at. And that upped the ante of everything because it gave 2 deadlines demanding millions of dollars in Bitcoin. So now you're like, okay, wait, what's going to go on? And I want to get into what the ransom note said, ransom note number 1 and 2. But that's what a press conference was called. The only press conference, by the way, that we've had in this investigation since it all started. And that's where we learned there was a 5 p.m. deadline on that Thursday. There was another deadline on that Monday. And it started with $4 million in Bitcoin demanded for day 1. And if you didn't meet that, then it was $6 million demanded for.
Wow, Esmeralda, what's up, man? I didn't even see that. I truly apologize. Thanks so much for the $50 super chat there. She says, Capt of Investigation Division Juan Carlos Navarro is being called out by a detective who is suspended for refusing to carry his unlawful search warrants. He is the cap that also approved the raid on Carlos and Lou. Interesting. When did you hear this? Very interesting. I might have to look that up right now. Much love to you, Designed, by the way. I appreciate that. I don't know how much that is, but I want to say $5 super chat. He says, send you an email. Look now, I am fuming again. Okay.
The next one.
Relax.
So now there's a ticking time
Just
clock
joking.
as to
Hold
what's
on.
going to happen.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I want to talk about the ransom note with you. And I'm going through my computer just to make sure that I get this all right. There's been bits of this that have been talked about online. There's been parts that people know, but I don't think they know all of the verbiage. And I think this is very important because it sets the tone for what was about to come. So I'm going to read you part of it. This is how it started. Hello, Savannah. We have your mother, Nancy. She is safe but scared. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, she will be released unharmed. We will be holding her for a maximum of 7 days. So they go on then to demand the millions of dollars, and they give the 2 deadlines. But what is key here, I think, is that the money was demanded in USD, so US dollar. Typically, if this is coming from somebody here,
You don't say that.
you don't say that, which is key for this theory we're going to talk about later in the episode.
So they're saying they will only hold her for 7 days.
For 7 days, right. Then they get pretty demanding and snarky with how they address Savannah. And mind you, that's also important, right? They're addressing just Savannah.
Yeah.
They don't say the Guthrie family. Hello, Savannah, we have your mother.
We always wondered if it was like about who she was, or,
Right.
or did they just happen upon her not knowing that it was going to garner this attention? But it seems like this was about, or they at least like not necessarily about Savannah, but they knew Savannah had money.
Yes.
At a minimum.
I think, so Savannah, I believe, was obviously, the target of where we would get the money from
Yeah.
if you were the person who was targeting this. And I think there's a reason maybe why they targeted her. I'll get into that too.
Okay.
I'm going to read you 3 more parts of this ransom note, and then we'll kind of talk about it after. So this is what it went on to say. Once payment is received to the Bitcoin address below, she will be released within 12 hours of deposit to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson. If the payment is not received by the last deadline on Monday the 9th at 5 p.m., she will be killed. Your mother is aware of this, and her life is in your hands. It is in the best interest of everyone to have this completed as soon as possible. You will not be able to contact me from here on out. There will be no negotiation.
Sauce.
Do not play games. Law enforcement.
Sauce.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So there's just a lot going on. We get to the news station the next day, and it's off. Like there's something off.
The vibes in the station or
vibes with the investigation. The sheriff had come out really late at night. There was this like impromptu press conference outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. It was late. It was on cell phones. They had streamed it. You could barely hear it. Like, it was just odd. It was almost like very haphazard. And that's odd for something like that.
Trying to get ahead of something.
I think so. And so, you know, we start looking into this more. And at this point, they're like, this is an investigation. We still don't have a lot of details. And then we learn that there might be evidence that she was taken. That's where the investigation really changed in terms of this isn't just wandering off. There's something more here.
Yeah.
Then we learned that Savannah had come back from New York. Obviously, she hosts the Today Show. And just knowing what was going on now, this was weird. So we started looking more into the coverage. And at this point now, they confirmed that she was taken from her home in the early morning hours of February 1st. That becomes important in the timeline to kind of keep in mind. The scene is odd. I got there the second day. And
like actually to her house?
To her house, yes. And just to orient people too, this isn't like a super suburban neighborhood where the houses are close together, they're close to the street. Tucson is very vast, it's very desert, and this is the Catalina foothills area. So these homes are older, they're set back further in the lots, there's a lot of desert brush, there's a lot of cacti.
Yeah.
So when it's dark in that neighborhood, it is dark. There's no street lights. And if you have cameras on your home, they may not be able to see what's on the street, just not only because it's pitch black, but also because they're far away from where the street
Is my freaking mic off again? Oh my God, guys. I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know how I keep doing this. Domsy, thanks so much for calling. Like, why is Domsy calling me? She doesn't call me like this. Criminal Network's calling. Chris from the interview room is calling. I was just joking. Yo, thanks, Domsy. I appreciate it. I don't know how I don't even know how I turn my mic off. It's like it's like a norm for me when I throw on a video, I turn off the camera. Man, everybody's calling. Don Lemon called right now. You guys missed it. Tatum called. Oh my God! Officer Tatum called right now. You guys missed it all. I'm sorry, guys. Anyways, no, nobody called. Jesus Christ! I don't know how I keep doing this to myself. Where was I at? Do you ever watch your chat? I was looking at the chat, but I wasn't because I was ranting away, and I was thinking. I was thinking out loud right now. I was zoned out. I was lost in my thoughts. Okay. Hey, thanks to Domsy. I appreciate you calling me. See, all you have to do is call, and I'll look. I'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, there we go. I'll know because somebody's calling. I'm like, well, that's like, nobody calls me anymore. So, not so often. Some people email a lot. Well, not a lot. Some people email still, and then some people call or text, but not very often as before. Design sent me something. I don't know what it was that she was talking about. Well, I do know what you're saying, but I don't know if you wanted me to read that out loud. Kind of interesting. Somebody else that ended up emailing me too. I don't know if they want me to read this loud either. Somebody sent me some rare photos that I probably never saw. Supposed to be funny or something? I'm so confused. What is this? Oh, I think they were just showing me something that was interesting. Had me all excited for a second there. KK sent me an email. I don't know what this is exactly, though. Oh, Nico's view on Nancy. Interesting. I guess it's nothing that folks want me to share. So I won't share it here. Design, thanks so much for becoming a member, gold at that, and becoming a member for a month. She says, always watch your chat. Much love. I appreciate that. I will keep that in mind. I'm usually pretty good about it, but I was on my rant for a second. I'll make sure I keep an eye out, guys. Whatever happened to Dad's Gone Live? He's just been out doing his thing like he normally does, I think. He's still live. He was live earlier today. You don't check his emails? I was looking at my emails. I always look at my emails. I gotta be honest, sometimes some things that people send me, I don't understand some of the stuff they send sometimes, but I try to reply. For the most part, I do. Lucy had sent me something earlier. I'm not too sure what it was.
Hey, everybody, Dr. G.
Oh, Dr. G. I think he came out here. No, I don't think he did. I thought I remember seeing him in the beginning of time, but I think that was somebody else. Anyway, I want to play the rest of this just real quick here.
Is. Yeah. So knowing that she was possibly taken in the middle of the night, it was like, okay, that could be something you could get away with in this neighborhood.
Should we take some calls? Maybe we should take some calls.
Weird factor number one when we got out there was the fact that you could walk up to the scene. And I remember thinking this was odd. The Pima County
could walk up to the
scene. This part I want you to
literally
hear.
mean the sheriff's department gave us the okay at that time to walk up to the driveway and look at the front door. And that became a key in the investigation because there were drops of blood on the front porch. And you could very much see what it was. And all of a sudden, us reporters who were out there are like, oh, okay, something's off here. And not just that.
Did they not see the blood?
They did. They did. But at that point, the Pima County Sheriff's Department said we're
19
investigating.
more likes for the 500.
The
Nice.
scene is
Let's
secure.
go.
So it's clear. I said just don't go into the back.
Secure or released? Like they've released the scene.
They did release the scene.
Okay.
Right, yes. So there was all they had basically at that point was the sheriff's deputies were kind of like going back up and down the street. At this point now, there's a lot of media that had gotten there. They just said don't go to the backyard, which we wouldn't do anyway. So I remember thinking that was kind of odd. Like, why are we allowed on this already if she's still missing? It's only been a couple days at this point. But the other key thing about that was
AMA, you want to call in?
Nest video camera was gone. And obviously, you're thinking, well, what did that catch, right?
Yeah.
And was it stored in like a cloud where they could access the video? So that's all going on. And then the ransom notes happen. This is a weird case, right? Like, this is all weird. We've got a grandma who's abducted or taken.
Hey, what's up,
We have
Patriot
blood on
Pride?
the
Thanks so
ground.
much for tuning in. So, Design, you want me to read that email that you had sent just a second ago? I guess I would have to save that photo you sent me, though. Let's see. See, but if I read this, then you got to share with us who the, like, what the person's name is. No, I'm just joking. You don't have to. So I'm not too sure exactly what you were saying, I guess, but I kind of do. It says, here's one bit of evidence that I know the FBI said they will be retrieving from Tucson PD leads, says, which I sent in. She says, spoke with them recently and the agent was awesome with me. I sent them everything I caught him saying in chat, receipts, his details, address, photos, mugshots, socials, and more. Yes, I know his full name, and I pray to Almighty God they will get him soon. He does not live in Tucson. One thing his culture does not like is harming of elderly women, so he will be very hated by other. And then she says, I think this is CRE Cree. And then it says Chippy or something like Chippy, CHIPPEWH. I'm sorry, WA. It says in the community. I don't know what that really means, but it says, and then I think she just said, hope your family's doing well. But anyway, she had sent me a photo of something here, and I don't know if this is something you saw recently or if it was, you know, something that, but maybe you can explain to the chat because I'm a bit confused as to what's really going on, I guess. But she had sent this, and I believe this is what you were showing me that you may have reported or something like that. Says she's never going to get found ever. But it seems like that's just simply just an opinion, so I don't really see much suspicious about that. But apparently, I guess she says that she sent everything she caught him saying in chat, receipts, his details, address, photos, mugshots, socials, and more. But I don't know how that ties this person to be somehow affiliated enough to report them to the FBI. So that's where I'm a bit confused.
We have a missing
But anyway,
surveillance.
I'll continue this here and I'll let you kind of explain here to see what you're kind of getting at here. So there's 5 other pieces of chat. Oh, maybe you didn't send that because I don't see that part. No, it's only one screenshot. Okay. Maybe calling because I'm having a hard time understanding what you mean, though, as far as what you're saying about this person that was really suspicious. I guess that would really make them suspicious. So maybe you're, I mean, I'm assuming you're saying this person could have possibly been the one who took Nancy. Anyway, I'm going to continue this video here. Hold on, I want to pull something up. Bear with me. Oh, and by the way, thank you so much for the another 5 gifted Connie. Gosh, man. The love is real. Much love, Connie. Thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Design, thanks for the $5 super chat. She says that she wants everybody to know that she's not lying about who the perp is. I think she meant to say perp. Yeah, and I'd have to add on that to Missy's comments. She said, "Yeah, call in. We've seen many comments like this. Tell us what you mean." Yeah, maybe call in to get a better understanding because I mean, it's not very much information through the email that you sent, and I guess it'd just be much easier if it was explained. So I'll post a number up for you. I'm going to listen to a little bit more of this video, but I'll post a number up here for you. Maybe call in if you're not too shy.
Camera. And then these ransom notes start coming in. And it was like,
how soon after did they
just a few days, just a few days. It was in the first week of the investigation. So like this is unfolding like each day there's something new, right? So just a couple days later, ransom notes go into TMZ and then the Tucson station that was a sister station to the Phoenix station I worked at. And that upped the ante of everything because it gave 2 deadlines demanding millions of dollars in Bitcoin. So now you're like, okay, wait, what's going to go on? And I want to get into what the ransom note said, ransom note number 1 and 2, but that's what a press conference was called. The only press conference, by the way, that we've had in this investigation since it all started. And that's where we learned there was a 5 p.m. deadline on that Thursday. There was another deadline on that Monday. And it started with $4 million in Bitcoin demanded for day 1. And if you didn't meet that, then it was $6 million demanded for the next one. So now there's a ticking time clock as to what's going to happen.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I want to talk about the ransom note with you. And I'm going through my computer just to make sure that I get this all right. There's been bits of this that have been talked about online. There's been parts that people know, but I don't think they know all of the verbiage. And I think this is very important because it sets the tone for what was about to come. So I'm going to read you part of it. This is how it started. Hello, Savannah. We have your mother, Nancy. She is safe but scared. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, she will be released. I'm going to skip this
up a little bit. I'm trying to find this one part of the video that I wanted everybody to hear, but I don't.
Because again, we have no idea where Nancy is, where she went, where she is. The specific verbiage of once they get the money, she will be released to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson.
Indicating she's not in Tucson.
That's what I think. Now, could it be right outside Tucson? Very possible.
Yeah.
Very early on, people thought that maybe she could have been taken down to Mexico. The border is very close.
Yeah, I would say just call in. I think I guess maybe somebody was saying in chat that you have been trying to tell people about this or something like that, or they've seen you in other chats maybe telling people about this. But feel free to chime in, call in. I'll leave the number up there for a bit as we listen to some of this And you got plenty of time, so feel free to chime in. I'd love to hear the story.
There, it's easy to access. That's possible too.
Yeah.
But I mean, this was pretty serious. And I think too, just like taking that tone of like, do not play games. Law enforcement will not help you. I mean, can you imagine reading this?
Well, I mean, I would imagine they'd have to get out of Tucson. Like they know, again, if they knew who they were abducting, they knew she was Savannah Guthrie's mom. You know that there is going to be a massive police press presence as soon as this happens.
Yes. So that comes in. And at first, they gave that to the FBI, to the authorities, to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. And at that point, too, is kind of where we were learning what the split was between what the Pima County Sheriff's Department was handling and what the FBI was handling. So it seemed that as the investigation unfolded, that kind of got a little blurry. The FBI was definitely not pleased about the scene being released to all of us. Why? Because they needed to go in and check what other evidence there was that possibly could lend itself to what now was coming in digitally. So what ended up really playing out was the Pima County Sheriff's Department was more so in charge of the on the ground investigation, the scene itself, kind of that. The FBI was the go-to for everything, ransom note, digital, tracking, all of that you would think the FBI would be involved in. And that became key here. So they have this press conference. That's where they reveal these deadlines to us. And we're like, okay, what's going to happen? What now? Are they going to put money into this? And at this point now, there's a reward that's also, please come forward for information. February 9th was that next deadline. And then February 10th is the most pivotal day in the investigation. That is when the Nest video camera was released by the FBI. So they had been going through trying to mine what they could that was on that camera. Shane and I were heading down to Tucson because we had gotten a tip, an insider saying, hey, the FBI is going to release this. Director Kash Patel is going to put this on his X account, his Twitter account. That is how they released this video. And so we're scrolling, monitoring.
It's kind of crazy.
I know.
Okay.
We're not listening to this again. We didn't hear. Well, we listened to it a couple of days ago, but I'm not trying to listen to the whole thing. I was trying to find the part where she talks about Sheriff Nanos, but I don't remember what part.
Whether that's the case or not. It is possible.
Where she says she makes a phone call to the sheriff.
Of ransom note number 2, they were reporting it.
And I was like, I can skip. Maybe it's a little bit deeper.
Never happened though in that ransom note. That Bitcoin wallet was never active again, and nothing came of that. So my thought was, they're asking for proof of life. Clearly, if you believe these ransom notes are legit, they can't prove proof of life. So done. But we didn't really know if it was done or not because we didn't know if the ransom notes were legit either.
Yeah.
We still don't really know.
But yeah, we would love to know. We would love to hear your story. So, I mean, feel free. Anybody that wants to chime in and call in, feel free to call in here. We would love to hear your story. I mean, it would be awesome to hear what you have to say in regards to, somebody that you've reported to the FBI. I would love to hear it. I don't want you to not feel like, you're not heard, because I'm definitely waiting for you for sure. And I don't think anybody's intention was to be rude. But, if you've been watching and following the case, there have been, a lot of people who have reached out and said similar things. And then it turns out that it wasn't true. So I think a lot of people have been pretty exhausted in this case when it comes to a lot of stuff that's just been pretty much led up to nothing for the most part. So it's hard to convince people that someone might know something nowadays, especially 6 months in this case, and all of the leads or possible leads that we thought we had, it seemed like they were dead ends. Every time that we felt like we had something, days later we didn't, or we just never talked about it again. So it'd be nice to hear your story, and you never know. You may even change my thoughts on a few things. That's reason why we're here, not just to keep her, name out there, but obviously to try to maybe come across somebody who wants to share any information with us. I mean, things happen that way a lot too. You'd be surprised. I mean, just being in the neighborhood, we were able to gather some information. I'll explain it in email, Troy, to be clear. Yes, maybe, maybe not though. But I don't mind. Shoot me an email. I'll try to. It's just because if it just be more consistent through a conversation on the phone, because I would be able to address certain things that I don't understand. And then it takes a little bit longer for us to interact through email. But feel free, yeah, share it through email. I'll if I'm still on when I receive it, I'll be more than happy to share it with everybody here. See, now you got everybody wanting to really know. Now everybody's like, "Oh, just tell us!" My God. Just tell us right now. Tell us right now. It's all good. We can wait. No worries. Jenny from the D says they don't have to say names. Yeah, nobody has to say names. I mean, you don't have to say any names. That man on the screen I reported to the FBI. What man on the screen? I really hope they're investigating Sheriff Danos. Wild Country, big welcomes, by the way, says, Trav, why would you have entertained anyone, you weird? Stop inserting yourself in other people's. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what happened? What's going on now? Oh, Lord. It's always about drama. Oh, man. I don't know what's going on in chat. I'm trying to catch up in chat here. I don't know. Oh, what's going on? Guys, if you're chiming in right now, don't forget to like the stream, subscribe if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet. It looks like we did officially reach 500 likes. Let's see if we can make it a 600th. No, we'll make the goal like 650 before we get off here. 650 likes is the goal. If you haven't liked the stream, feel free to do so. And it helps me as well, obviously, with the algorithm of this stream. So feel free to like the stream if you get a chance. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if it's the number's posted. Oh, it is. Okay, we got the number posted up. Okay, cool. Phone lines are up, though. Call in, chime in if you want to call in here. Feel free.
If they're legit.
If you don't, it's totally fine with me. What do you guys think Savannah was getting at in that letter that she wrote today, though? I didn't even get a chance. I kind of wanted to dissect her comment today based on what she wrote in that letter today, or that post, really, that she wrote on Facebook. Man, 274,000 likes on that post. Imagine that. Sheesh. 18,000 comments. Do you think she read them all? She'll probably still be reading them right now. That's a lot of comments. My goodness. I don't even know if I would like to read those comments, because I'm pretty sure we'll find a lot disturbing. We might not even bother. But you never know. Maybe there could be a clue in one of those comments. I would hope she reads through those comments. She could have somebody very important that wants to speak to her, that's been trying but just can't get through. Who knows? Very interesting. Ray, you out there? Somebody always says that in the chat. I was supposed to remember, so thanks for the reminder. She will never see a comment or comment back. That's not her posting, it's her people. You really think Savannah doesn't look at her own Facebook? You think she just has her assistants post and never looks at it? Interesting. I don't know. I think she looks at her social media. I don't think she doesn't like not look at it. Now, as far as going through all the comments, I wouldn't say so. Much love, Trav. Thanks so much for stopping by, Trav. Dirty Diana says, "Why am I gray? I was a member. I don't know. I think it just I've been losing a lot. I think they must have expired or something. I don't know." Linda says, "Zeus, this is off topic a minute, but I was wondering how your follower Angela is doing." Good question. Good question. We haven't heard from her today. We heard her from her yesterday, though, when I was live. Good question. Maybe we should, excuse me, reach out to see if she's good. But it's only been a day, so I think she's okay. But you never know. Things can change in hours, so you never know. Shoot her a message. We will shoot her a message. Wow. Yeah, you know, looking at this post that Savannah did, it does sound like it was coming from somebody else. It didn't really sound like it was coming from her directly. I mean, I said this earlier. And not only that, I mean, a lot of these words that she's mentioned is like the same thing that she mentioned in the beginning. Like if we put her first post together with, well, not even just her first post, what she said when they did their first plea to, you know, this person who did the ransom notes, there's a lot of similar things that she mentions, but also when she sat down with Hoda, when she did that interview, when she said the ransoms tend to be real, it was very similar comments that were made. One of those comments that she always says too is the fact that they are in agony and they are desperate for, you know, any little bit of information or help, you know, and the fact that they're begging us to help her, you know, or help them, which is interesting. And then to add what she added at the end, I don't know if I like that or whatever. I guess her people, if you consider her people, or the people's, you know, being the ones that, you know, were a part of this message, and they're the ones who did it, not her. I don't know if I like that last part. I'm trying to find it here. Where's that part that I was, where is it? It's where I feel like she's kind of talking to the people who are like, just doing this for content for the most part. They're not really doing this to actually help the case. Where is that comment at? I don't know why I can't find that part. It's not that long of a message. Dang. I don't know. Let me just read through this real quick. So when she says at the end here, we need the good to be stronger than evil. If you're following this story for entertainment or for profit, you are not on her side. You are part of the harm perpetrated against her. So that specific part right there, I feel like she's talking to people that are simply just doing this for content or money. But I mean, wouldn't you want somebody to make money doing this, just to keep them going as far as keeping her name out there? That way, you don't feel so bad for people. I mean, people should want to help regardless when it comes to somebody missing. But I mean, the fact that they're not just spending their time, just simply looking for your mom and getting nothing from it, which the biggest goal would obviously be to, find Nancy. But I don't understand that because, I mean, there's bigger people that are going to get money just doing this because it's what they do. So there's going to be people who follow crime on YouTube that profit from it regardless. But I mean, I guess she's specifically saying just to the people that simply just want that out of it. But I mean, I think that's just what comes with people who do YouTube regardless, whether they have good intent or not. Most of these people on YouTube are going to profit off of it somehow, some way. And I hope that's not their only intent when it comes to the story or, as far as doing it for entertainment. But the fact that there's actually people out here, searching and doing things, to really, to me, the goal for, for doing things like searching for her, like going out and talking to people, doing flyers, or just, trying to get information even in the neighborhood, whatever they're doing. I think it's also to be able to debunk stuff, to, for the most part, to narrow things down. So that way you're able to just eliminate things that you're looking for, that you find interesting, that you had questions about, and we all have our own questions. So if we could debunk something, then, I think it makes it easier for certain things that seem legitimate to focus on. But that's just me. But regardless, I guess it all comes down to who she likes and who she doesn't. And if it's really her, which I don't really think it's her, I think it was somebody messing with criminal network. But if it was really her, that was pretty much saying, like, well, not even saying, let's not even say that, just simply if it was her that was making those police calls and reporting criminal network, that's pretty sad. But I mean, because in reality, everybody argues, people bump heads. I don't think he's done anything ever for her to, like, not want him there. I don't think he's done anything bad to her that would provoke her to just not want him to be there. Maybe now, but not so much in the, even for a simple argument with the neighbors. I don't really think that's something that would call for him, no longer being there. But I guess everyone's different based on what they think. No call. I'm surprised. I was hoping she was going to call in. I guess she's really not going to call. She's going to send me an email. Did she send me an email yet? Maybe she's typing it up right now. Let me see if we got anything. No. Nothing. No email. Someone got me falsely arrested I'd be pretty pissed too. Yeah, it's pretty jacked up, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know, because what happens if Savannah's subpoenaed? I don't think she's showing up. Of course, she's not showing up for something like this. For pretty much a petty arrest, she's not showing up to court. Starsky, big welcomes by the way, Starsky. Yeah, I just don't see her showing up at all if she's subpoenaed and it turns out to be her who made those calls. But it sucks that it's going to have to take that for him to find out whether or not it's real or not. I mean, I think, we believe what we believe. I think he thinks it's really Savannah. It just might be. It just might be, but I don't know. I mean, if it turns out that it's not, and it was some troll that was posing to be Savannah making these calls, I'm not going to be surprised. So Design has emailed me again, and she says on February 14th, while a raid was happening, I was on live. So this is what she says here. Let me see. Hold on. I'm not going to put their email on stream, of course, but we were waiting for her to send me an email so I could see what she was talking about. I got you, Design. I got you. Nancy deserves to be found. She deserves better. I agree. 100%. Gina says, I don't think it was her personally calling, but maybe her people like her have people to do their dirty work. Yeah, that's possible. But I mean, why would you, if you're doing the work for her, if you're calling the Tucson Police Department, you can't pose to be someone else. I don't think in any regard you can pose to be somebody else. Like it would have to be her directly, to be able to, report somebody, unless they said that they're speaking on somebody's behalf. I mean, I guess that's possible, but that still doesn't sound right when you're talking to law enforcement. So Design, we were waiting for her to shoot me another email here to let me know what she was talking about. Apparently there's somebody that she's been in contact with the FBI for, I guess somebody that seemed to be a bit suspicious. She says, on February 14th, while a raid was happening, I was on live on the Pascal show when it happened. She said, so this dude came into the chat and started spouting off about the Guthries and what Nancy did over 40 years ago. With everything he was saying, I started screen capturing everything. From there on, I spent almost 4 months tracing this person. She says, did facial scans, social traces, current address, phone numbers, emails, jobs, and it came back with a massive positive hit. When I uploaded his photo to a live check, it came back to his background record. This eliminated everyone but him with the name, and then I eventually found his mugshot. I held on to this, and then the ring cam footage from February 23rd verified it is exactly him, because he was uncovered showing his neck tattoo, which shows in his mugshot on the right neck, the mugshot information was correct, with the fact that his right pinky has only half left. Like when I showed you the photo, that source made it legit. She says he is, he has Alice's, or is it Elias? Is that what you meant to say? Maybe I'm reading that wrong. I think she meant to say Elias's, but I know his birth name. I think she says Elias's. don't know what that means exactly. I don't know if you meant something else, but it says, but I know his birth name, which I will never show anybody for obvious reasons. He says also the sketch the lady did and showed on News Nation matches his younger mugshot. That is what confirmed that I had found the correct person. She says, I've been in contact with the FBI since February. They have a load of evidence on him now. People need to understand that because he is not from Tucson, that they need to set up a great sting to capture him. Right now, I know his address without looking, is what she says.
Alias.
Oh, is that what she meant to put? Alias, okay. Maybe she did spell it right. I can't read, guys. Anyways, is this legitimate enough amount of information to say you know who the porch guy is? You know, she says she's been in contact with the FBI. Are they taking it serious, I guess would be my question. You know, have you guys really been communicating? Have they had really any questions leading up to this? What does he look like? I'd like to see the picture again. I don't know if I think she said she sent me the photo, but I don't remember. It must have been a while ago. And I don't, I mean, she says she's been following this person for about 4 months. Not literally following him, but looking into this person. Now, as far as the neck tattoo, I've personally never seen the perp with the neck tattoo at all. So I don't know if that would be a match because I don't know if he has a neck tattoo. At least from what I've seen, I've never spotted one. Very interesting, though. I always love to hear when people have somebody in mind that they think could possibly be the suspect. The ring cam video came out February 23rd, 7 miles away. Are you talking about the footage of the Kia Soul that they were talking about? Starsky, I don't have an image. The only image I have is the one she sent me. I don't know about the other image. I think she said she sent me. Maybe she did send me an image a while ago. I mean, I could look through her. I could see if I can pull it up from a while ago. So I think she said she sent me the image before. And I think it's just a pretty much a gentleman with, and I do remember this photo. I guess it's a gentleman that has a half of a pinky that's missing, but it doesn't really show the actual person's face. He does seem like he's got a tattoo that is on the same hand that the perp supposedly had a tattoo on, and the same hand where the pinky is missing as well. It looks like, here, I'll show you guys here. I'll show you guys a photo here. Hold on. I think this is the photo you're talking about. Now, I mean, if you want, I mean, we can compare this to the perp as far as his finger, but I don't know if that's going to do us any good deed because he's got on gloves, which makes it a little bit difficult. I mean, I guess we could measure to see when the cutoff point is, but it's very difficult to see that cutoff point of where, you know, this guy's pinky may appear to be missing. And to be quite honest, his pinky could be bent in this photo. But not only that, I mean, because if you look on the other side where I don't know if you can see where my mouse is at, but if you look right under the pinky area, it looks like, well, I think that's his other finger, actually. Never mind. I was going to say, it looks like that's where his pinky's kind of sticking out. But I've always thought it was the tip of the pinky that was cut off on the perp, if that's what's missing. But I've never thought that the pinky of any, I didn't never think that any part of the pinky was missing when it comes to the perp at all. Some people would argue that there is. Some people I've even heard that, oh, well, this guy's got, it's not even a guy, it's a girl. They've got on nails and they don't want to mess up their nails. I'd be somebody to argue against that because I don't think that he's got none of that. So I don't think it's a woman's fingers, and I don't think there's a pinky part that's missing. But some people, I've heard a lot of people say that there is, so maybe so. I don't think I have that photo. Or I think I have a photo, but I would have to look for it where it seems like there might be a bit of the pinky missing. Let me see if I can just pull up my I'll see if I can just pull up the video. Hold on. And I'll zoom in on the video if I can. Hold on, chat. What's the chat saying before I miss anything here? It's a female? There's no way that's a female. No, I don't know. It could be. That dude needs some lotion. But is it the perp? Could it be the perp, chat? Could it be the perp is the question, though. He has loads of body tattoos now since that photo. I've yet to confirm, and I'm just being honest, I've really yet to confirm whether or not the perp's got even so much as tattoos. So look, this is a video of the perp. This is my edited version, of course. But I'll zoom it up to the part where he shows the pinky, if we could. That's the only part where I've been able to see the pinky that you're talking about. Now, comparing the two, it doesn't look, I mean, to me, it looks like he's got an entire pinky. I mean, otherwise, that part where he doesn't appear to have a pinky would be dangling. You know, the glove wouldn't have, it wouldn't look like there's something fitting that part of the you know, for each finger. You can tell when a finger travels through. Now, if you look at the bottom part, you know, the bottom end of that other glove, that one looks like it could be dangling a little bit. As far as you know how it is when the gloves are too big. Yeah, that's possible. But when you look at the pinky, it just seems like, to me, the whole pinky's there. But that's the bottom left pointer finger at the bottom of the you know, so left hand, bottom, right hand, top. Now that one seems like maybe there could be nails on it. Gloves a little too big. Not only that, it looks like, you know, something could be missing there because of the fact that it's kind of dangled a little bit. It's not really it doesn't really look like there's a finger fitting the entire glove. Cali girl on fire says that's an entire. Yeah, I agree. Now, as far as who this guy is, don't ask because I don't know. But the design says that she knows who this person is, or you know, she knows the name, and that part is covered in the chat when she sent me the photo. So, pick on the left. He's holding the phone, so all fingers are bent. Yeah, as far as the photo of the guy with the shirt off, right? But as far as the perp missing anything, I don't know. I would have to argue that he's not. I don't think he's missing it. I don't think the perpetrator is missing any fingers. To me, it looks like he's got everything there. See, that's his whole hand. And you can clearly see almost through the dang glove dang there that his entire pinky is there. So I wouldn't say he's missing any pinkies. So I would argue at that point, you know, whether or not this might, you know, if this is the same guy or not, I would say no. "12:52 a.m. in Tucson." So if it's 3 in the morning for you, you are 3 hours ahead. Parenting skills. Where do we go from talking about the perp to parenting skills? What's going on in chat? Jeez. But anyway, yeah, to me it looks fully filled. I don't know. That's just my thought. I'll post the number one more time too, just in case anybody wants to chime in and they were looking for the number, can't find it. I'll throw that up there for one more time here. Design says, first thing I noticed on Nancy's CCTV. Interesting. Redfish says, you can see the joints of the finger bending too. So yeah, it looks like the pinky is there. Yeah, I would agree that the pinky's there. I don't think this guy's missing anything. But I know it was a big thing for a while though. Misty says, send any other photos that you have designed. I believe that's the only one that I've got from her that she's sent me though, guys. So if there's any other photos, I don't know. I haven't seen any. Very interesting, though. I really thought that there was, I mean, I was really hoping we were on to something, though. You never know. You still never know. It could have been fooled. You know, maybe they put a fake finger in there. Or something to stuff it, maybe, to make it look like the whole, you know, the whole glove had a finger. But that's too much work. I don't see anybody doing that. You can't see your phone number under the chat, for real? Or I'll move the, what I'll do is I'll move the, I could move it to the top. Should be able to see it, though, because the chat is in and out. It's not like, it's not like it just stays there and it never goes away. So you should still be able to see it. But I'll leave it up there for a sec. Give me 1 second, chat. One momento. You can see that FinFast says, watch how he steps his left hand on the gun. How he steps his left hand's on the gun? Yeah. Who works in law enforcement? I'm super confused, chat. Name given in February 95% of the information was put together and kept updating them with what I found. The FBI actually confirmed to you that you're on the ball with the right evidence, knowing that this won't ever be solved. Kosh Patel must have been on some good coke confirming that. Oh my goodness, chat. Yeah, no, I agree, Starsky. Starsky says anything is possible, Troy, but to educate a guess based on partial body parts is not possible. Yeah, I couldn't. I mean, that would be in the nail in the coffin for me. I mean, if things don't line up to me, they don't, not even just to me, if they don't line up, I mean, it's right here in front of us. So if we look at a guy and then a guy doesn't, have a finger, which I can't really even tell if he does or doesn't in his picture, really, I guess, because it could be bent for the guy with the picture with the shirt off, and then compare it to the perp, and the perp's got a finger, but he doesn't. That would be the nail in the coffin for me. That would just do it for me. I would stop personally, and nothing against design, but I would stop looking. I would stop investigating it at that point because, it wouldn't, those two things don't lie. But there's also other things that could apply to the, the fact that this person could have something to do with Nancy going missing, but as far as being the person that's on the Ring camera footage, no. Because there's no way in this picture he has no pinky, and then in the picture or in the video footage, he does. So that to me would just be the deciding factor whether or not I continue investigating for me. But if there's other information that she has that seems to line up with, some type of involvement, then that changes things, of course. But I don't really see the relations to, this person possibly being the perp or having like really a legitimate involvement, I guess. So that would make it believable for me, at least. Yeah, and to be quite honest, as far as like left hand, right hand too, just to touch up on that comment there, I it's not even enough movement going on in this Ring camera footage for me to even determine whether or not the porch guy is left or right-handed either. I think looking at the, when you look at the video footage, it seems like there is, I mean, he could definitely be more dominant with that. I want to say, let's watch the video real quick, because I don't want to mistake the other hand for the other hand. Let me just put my loop on real quick, so that way the video loops and runs back and starts over again. And it seems like the porch guy uses both hands throughout the video. He doesn't just use one hand. Now he does have his hand on the firearm, which is the left hand, for a short moment, for a short period. It's not like it's long enough to know, like, okay, this is his dominant hand. That's how he uses it. But listen, the butt of the gun, where the butt of the gun is facing matters. So you see where the gun is facing there at the bottom there? Let's zoom in on this a little bit. So you see how the butt of the gun is facing his right hand. So he's initially approaching the door holding the gun with the left hand. But that doesn't mean that he's left hand dominant. By the way, if he were to grab that gun with that left hand, it would be backwards once he grabs the gun. So the fact that the butt of the gun is facing the right hand, because that's where you would grab it with the right hand, to me, if we're going to determine whether or not he's left or right-handed, that would mean to me that he's right-handed. But there could also be other reasons why he would want to grab the gun with the least dominant hand versus, the more dominant hand. Let's say he is left-handed. Because to me, when I load the gun, when I pull the trigger back, I use the left hand. I don't hold the gun with my left hand, which is my more dominant hand, and reload it or load it with my right hand. I always load it with my left hand. So, and I'm left-handed, so I'm going to be dominant left-handed. But how you draw your gun, I guess when you're in a situation that matters. But you might not use it right-handed. You might use it left-handed, but you might draw it right-handed, which would take more time to get your gun in a shooting position, though, because then you have to switch hands, if that makes sense. Rather than just being able to withdraw it and be instantly ready to aim and shoot. If he was left-handed, he would have to grab that gun with his least dominant hand, which would be his right, and then switch to the other hand. Or he'd have to just simply, he would grab it with the left hand, but then he would have to somehow, at some point, use the other hand, to switch, his holding position of the gun. But I would say that this guy is definitely right-handed because the butt of the gun is ready to grab on the right side of the body. It's directly in the middle. But no one's going to grab a gun from the top, which is where you pull that spring back to load it. So no one's going to withdraw it like that. I question whether or not that thing was already loaded or not. I bet it wasn't even loaded, because whoever did this knew they were not going to. First of all, the goal or the motive, I think we know for sure, was not to go in here and shoot, Nancy, shoot or kill Nancy. So there would be no reason for that gun to be loaded at all, unless things went wrong. I mean, there is that possibility if something went wrong and they would have to use it. To me, this guy looks so goofy. He doesn't even look like he would use it. FinFan says he's lefty. I knew it the first 30 seconds I saw it. No. I could literally show you guys right now what that would look like with a toy gun right now. What that would look like if he's approaching the door, and let's just say he's doing something with his right hand, so he needs to grab the gun with the left hand. He's struggling. Somebody's got their hand on his other hand trying to prevent him from grabbing the gun, but his left hand is loose. If he grabs that gun, he's not going to be ready to shoot. So if he grabs the gun with the left hand, he's not ready to shoot. Heck, he's probably not going to even be able to shoot it. Because think about it. If you grab the gun with the left hand, it's upside down. It would be upside down. Now, there is a possibility for one, if you point out the fact that that holster is the wrong holster for that gun, that's the reason why it's sitting the way it's sitting. I would assume that every holster doesn't have the option to switch the gun the other way, so that way it's, you know, in the ready position that you want it to be. So assuming that this holster doesn't have the option to flip it around the other way, that may be very much so the reason why he doesn't have the holster facing the other way. It does look like it's like a little bit on the older side when it comes to holsters. It doesn't look like an up-to-date one. Perhaps it could be, but looking at the camera, it looks like it's, or looking at the actual holster itself, it looks like that may be some type of holster for a revolver. Just because a lot of revolvers, you know, they have kind of like a long nose for some of them. You know, obviously if it was a 38 special, that would be different. A lot of those have a short butt, or not a short butt, a short nose, so a short front end of the gun. Which I'm not too education. I don't have too much education when it comes to guns, but I'm learning. It's starting to get there a little bit. But anybody who carries is going to understand, you know, how you withdraw could be everything. Sometimes it can be critical in a life, death, or situation. That could be that could be bad for him. With, you know, if he's left-handed. Especially, you have to consider the fact that you have to think about the worst case scenario. You know, if he's you know, in a, not only panicking but nervous, you know, you add all these things in a factor, that all would play a part in the withdrawal. So, you know, I don't know. I can't call it. But like I've said, to me, this is not enough for me to determine left or right-handed. But I would assume he is right-handed, not left. George says, answer the question. Did I miss the question? What's the question, George? Cali Girl on Friday says he does everything left except the way he placed the pew pew. Yeah, but remember, a lot of people are arguing the fact that, you know, the perp has hurt his hand somehow, some way. I've heard so many people say that, you know, it seems like his hand may be hurt. That's why he's using the left. But he does reach down. He grabs the shrub with the left. He holds the gun for a moment with the left. But then he starts playing with the ring camera with the right. And some people are ambidextrous depending on what they're doing. For me, that it all depends. For the most part, I am left-handed doing things like writing, you know, shooting a basketball, dribbling a basketball, certain things like that. But when it comes to how I put my seatbelt on, that's only a right-hand thing. So I think just certain things are only right-hand things. So you develop that at the, you know, well, I guess I can't say ambidextrous, because ambidextrous, it would mean that you're dominant with both hands, doing anything and everything. So I guess that's different. That's a whole different thing. But I'm just saying that's possible that, you know, he only does certain things with, you know, his left and his right, depending on what it is. But more than likely, so me being left-handed, because I've watched my girlfriend do it, she's right-handed, just to see without asking first. When she picks something up, I've watched her see what she picks up something with, and normally it is the dominant hand, which is her right hand. So that could very much so, you know, mean that he is left-handed. Good point, though, Cali girl on fire. George, has Juice already answered your question, though? What was George's question, though? How can you say he's left-handed without actually saying why you say that? I wasn't asking. I mean, I don't think he's asking me that because I didn't say he was left-handed. So maybe that was a question of somebody else. I was leaning more so in the right-hand direction rather than left. Surprised nobody's calling tonight. Nobody wants to talk on the phone. That's good, though. That's good. We don't have to have conversations on the phone tonight. I think sometime this week we will probably be getting StreamYard. I want to try it, see how it goes on the channel, get some people on a panel. I'm going to be a little bit different on my panel, though. I'm going to be honest. I'm just going to say it now. Once we do get StreamYards, I am going to make sure that people take turns talking. I just don't like when people... First of all, you really never know when to... A lot of people don't know when to interject. And not only that, you know, people end up not being able to speak because others are a little bit more aggressive than others when it comes to talking or taking turns talking. Some people just don't have that courtesy, or they're just so they have this sense of urge to get their thoughts out that they forget to have that courtesy with others. So I think if I do end up doing a StreamYards, it will probably go, you know, kind of in a circle a lot of times, not just you know, obviously we'll have open discussions where we all just kind of talk and, you know, interject, but I think it's better when, you know, people take turns kind of talking. And also I'll try to limit the amount of people if we ended up, you know, with a numerous amount of people on a panel. But I think StreamYards might be good to add to the channel. I just don't want to use a different app. So that's why I've been so hesitant on getting it. Was George asking me a question? I don't think George was talking to me. Uh-oh, what happened to George? Is George trolling? Somebody's going to get arrested soon? What happened? You guys are frauds. Oh, man. What happened? Yeah, it disturbs a lot of people. I've noticed when somebody comes in and they say that they know who the perp is, but then they won't tell us. I mean, not even me, I guess, but even, you know, through email, which could be frustrating. And, you know, respectfully, if somebody were to ask me, you know, hey, Juice, if you know, I'll tell you, but just please keep it to yourself, I would, you know, I would respectfully do that. But, you know, some people they don't trust anybody. And I would agree that, you know, don't trust nobody, trust no one, but might as well not tell us if you don't, you know, want to really tell us, you know. It's kind of like a slap in the face in a sense, like, haha, I know you don't, you know, type of thing. But I get it. People want to people want to share some, a jaw dropper moment, to have a jaw dropping moment. But it's not a jaw-dropping moment for us if we don't know any details, I guess. Gina says, if I knew who the porch guy was, I would scream it from the rooftops. I agree. I mean, I'm not holding back at all. To be quite honest, you know, we're rich. We're rich. At least for a little while. Start thinking of all the things I'm going to do with the money. That's for sure. No, seriously. $183. It's the 6-month mark, and people are talking about Nancy like it's the anniversary mark. My goodness. I don't know why that bothers me, guys. It just does. I don't understand why we have to wait 6 months to make something special for Nancy. I could do a Nancy tribute any day. I'm not going to do a tribute just because it's 6 months. I don't know. For me personally, you know, whatever day I feel like putting her name out there, I'm doing it, you know, because my goal is to keep her name out there. So no day is a special day. Every day is a special day when it comes to keeping her name out there. Nothing against anybody who only does reports on certain months of the, you know, the time frame that she's been missing. But I don't know why it bothers me that we wait a certain amount of time to remind people, hey, you know, we're still looking for her. You know, we beg everybody. Mind you, I mean, Savannah's already spoke just a couple days ago, so I don't know what makes her speaking out on month 6 really changes from, you know, now and comparing it to the last time that she spoke. I mean, she said a little bit more. Other than that, I mean, I don't know. And you could just tell by the you know, the comments that Savannah's stating in some of these, well, in this most recent one, that they're very careful on, you know, not only the word selection, but the things that are said, not to say the wrong thing to mislead anybody. But regardless, I mean, because this is so big, no matter what you say, it's going to be criticized.
The amount of leads that you've been receiving and
All right, we're taking the number down. Nobody's called. It's the first time ever we had somebody not call in. I'm shocked. Wow. Design says, I'm from Poli's family, so I'm not shouting out anyone's name to make them disappear. Come on now, just not going to happen with me. Things I could say, but plenty I have held back for a reason. I don't know. I'm at a point where it's each their own. I'm at a point with this case where I'm like, I'm not holding back anything anymore at this point, because it's been far too long. And I just don't really, I don't know that it's helped the case for people holding back like information. And I hope, like you're saying, though, that, you know, you're really communicating with the FBI and they're really actively working on this and taking it serious, because as of lately, I haven't really heard anybody that's had a really good experience with the FBI as far as sharing tips with them, or them, and especially not with them communicating back and forth. I mean, I've heard that people have had success reaching out and sharing little details about information that they know, or they you know, discovered. but I've yet to hear them, that they've been communicating with somebody trying to, dig up more information. I haven't really heard that too often, to be honest, but I hope they are, and I hope that they're, you guys are getting somewhere when it comes to this guy that you've, found suspicious reasons, to investigate things about this person, because we aren't anywhere in this case as far as I'm concerned. I think it's not cold, but it's just nothing happening at all. And I just don't feel like they have anything. What I'm really saying is I don't feel like they're close. I don't feel like we're close at all to cracking this case at all. But whoever it is that might just have, where a possibility might lie, is I'm really hoping for that to turn out to be something. Like, I hope that this, for whatever, if anybody's got anything that they're talking or communicating with the FBI about, I just really hope that it's something. I want it to be. I want it to be something that leads up to bringing Nancy home. And it doesn't even have to be bringing Nancy home, just simply closure to this case to get to the bottom of what really happened here. Because not only does Savannah and the Guthrie family alone deserve that, but it's been long enough. It's been long enough. And I truly feel like this case should have been solved by now. It should have been solved. But here we are, day 183, and nothing. There has been nothing. We've had things pop up that felt like we were going to get somewhere. Now I'm at a point in this case where when it's something and it seems like it could possibly be something, I look into it, but my hopes are never high anymore. As far as the fact of really believing, okay, this is going to lead up to, but the hopes are high that we are going to get to the bottom of this somehow, some way, someday. But a lot of things now at this point is like I don't believe it till I see it. I can't. I mean, it's been so many rabbit, goose trails, dead ends that it's hard to believe anything now. It's really hard.
There has been some reporting in the past month. Reuters came out and said to couldn't track it. That was part. There were a lot of people up and down there.
What do y'all think about when Brianna reached out to the sheriff department and Sheriff Nanos told her that it's late to get some rest? And then that dispatch call where it sounds like it's Sheriff Nanos. Do you think that Sheriff Nanos was at the crime scene before he actually said that he was at the crime scene? Because that's what it sounds like to me. He says he arrived at a certain time. I can't remember the exact day, which was after the time that we hear that dispatch call, the one that Juanita Adame had put out, if you guys know what I'm talking about. But I love the way, Brianna sits down, not only talks about the ransom notes, but how she kind of talks about the sheriff. And she kind of says that it's suspicious, she doesn't say it literally, but there's some things that you could tell she's addressing that she's trying to get at, pretty much saying that the sheriff is really suspicious, but she doesn't really want to say that. And I wonder why. I mean, because it's true. He's been suspicious from day one.
So if that's a contaminated scene in a court of law,
That's so wild.
I mean, that could really impact everything. It's totally wild. Then you had what felt like this kind of tension between the sheriff's department and the FBI. And some of that came to be like where the DNA was sent. So PCSD was using this private lab in Florida, and they were sending stuff there, but the FBI wanted to use their lab in Quantico. It's like a premier lab that they can try to get things back quickly. And there was like this kind of like chatter online of like, okay, well, so-and-so doesn't know where this DNA is being sent. We wanted to send it here, but you sent it there. And they had to address that.
Where is Nancy
fine,
Guthrie?
But
it clearly is not fine.
It was not fine. So you had
Mom
that.
and dad are fighting. Like,
right. And then let's talk about some of what was said to me and my team behind the scenes from the sheriff. So I haven't talked about this before, but I think this kind of highlights how this all went. To clarify where the DNA evidence was going was of the utmost importance to accurate reporting, right?
Did Dopsy hang up? She's just calling right now. What is this? It's not even the meat.
No, listen, it's the broth.
I don't want just the broth. I want meat.
Just taste it. It tastes so good.
Yeah, it tastes good.
Yes. In Arizona, the nightly newscasts are on at 10 p.m. That is standard across the board. And as we all know,
Dopsy,
this job...
Were you trying to call the talk? Or were you not hearing the mic or something? You thought my mic was turned off? She couldn't hear me? Oh, okay. Yeah, just have her maybe reset. I think that's what it was. The mic was on this time. I'm on point this time. I hope. I think we're good. Oh, golly. I think we're good, though. Some people couldn't hear me? It was you? Okay. I'm like, oh, no. Here we go again. Juice, of course, it tasted good. Damn it. Wait, what? Oh, man.
News doesn't sleep, right?
Yeah.
But it's especially not sleeping in the biggest investigation in the country at 10 p.m., which is not even that late. So we were getting ready for the evening newscast, and this is among like where the DNA evidence is going. What are you testing? How are you testing it? And my team sent a text to Sheriff Chris Nanos just trying to clarify what was going on with the DNA evidence so that we could be right before the newscast. So this was around like 9:50 that the text was sent to him.
and this is like, what, a week out?
Yeah, this is within February. So it was like a week, within like 1 or 2 weeks since she was missing. Still, we're talking.
Dopsy's really been stuck on that Apple Watch lately. We were talking about that a little bit earlier when it comes to the pacemaker disconnecting and whatnot. I wish I knew a whole lot more when it comes to the Apple Watch, and I guess there's a lot more that I could definitely understand when it comes to the Apple Watch, I guess. But for the most part, I feel like I understand the Apple Watch thing. And that's only because I've had an Apple Watch, so I kind of understand it a bit. And there's been times where I forgot my phone, but I was able to still use my Apple Watch as long as I had Wi-Fi. And certain things would still work on it. Not everything would work, though, because, like, again, the Apple Watch is linked to the phone. So certain things without the phone, for me, it wouldn't work. But for the most part, everything on the Apple Watch worked.
Talking like top lead story headlines across every news network every night at this point still.
Yeah,
So
I saw some of that PowerPoint. Good job on that, by the way, Dumpsy. That was pretty good.
Trying to get clarification. We immediately received a text back from him that said, "Did you happen to notice the time? Give it a rest."
What?
So this is what's suspicious to me when she talks about Sheriff Nanos. I finally found it. What is this at 27 timestamp 2732. Okay.
Text him, trying to get clarification. We immediately received a text back from him that said, "Did you happen to notice the time? Give it a rest."
What?
That said, headlines 1 or 2 weeks since she was missing. Still, we're talking like top lead story headlines across every news network every night at this point still. So my team texts him trying to get clarification. We immediately received a text back from him that said, "Did you happen to notice the time?"
Sam, it wasn't good. I lied.
What? When I tell you, we looked at that text, I looked at the text, and I was like,
Truth is, she can't
you
cook.
got to be joking. First off, that text took more effort than simply a no or a yes or don't respond.
And to the point of timing, this isn't
I just don't understand how you give it a rest in the beginning of the investigation. Like, this is the time of the investigation where you're not supposed to get any type of sleep whatsoever. So how can you tell somebody to rest when people are just as aroused as you are when it comes to this whole missing person thing? Nonetheless, they were trying to figure out whether or not, they were trying to figure out if this was a walk away or, like she had just walked off, or it was, an actual abduction, an actual kidnapping. So nothing, no one should be giving it a rest. He was able to give it enough rest to go watch a basketball game, that's for sure. That goes to show where his head was at with this investigation. My goodness.
Anybody else being arrested for fake ransom notes. So if Sheriff Nanos has information that no one else does, I'd be shocked, right? But he says, I think the FBI has done a number of arrests.
Design, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. She says, y'all need to seriously understand I've been mentally stressed and angry over this case like I've never been before. I'll never be conceited about anything. Or what does he say? Conceited? I can't read. But I am indeed, hopefully, on the result. Yeah, I think we're all obsessed when it comes to this case, though. I think we're all. I think if you're really into this case and you really care, you're going to be frustrated at some point throughout this investigation, because to me personally, it's always irked me to not be able to dig deep enough to really dig up some more information. I feel like I've never done enough to be helpful in this case. I feel like no matter what I do or what I've done, it's not enough. It's never going to be enough. Not going to give up, but sometimes I feel like no matter what I do, I'm not going to be of any type of help to get to the bottom of this, or to, try to open a door in any way. So I don't know, man. This case is frustrating, period. For those that really have really high interest in this case when it comes to solving it or just digging up stuff, because there's so much. There's so much to this case. It's not even funny. And there's also so many things that you have to be careful to, not buy into too much, because then it could also affect certain things about the case that may just not have anything to do with the case. I don't know. It's just so many things in this case that are not only mind-boggling, but so confusing. And speculations and theories have made it very difficult for a lot of people to just simply stick to the facts of this case. And this case is so up in the air. Sometimes I even question if there's even any facts. And it starts with that timeline, whether or not she even made it home.
For false or fake ransom notes. It's a shame that that happens, but I think we're looking at another one of those today. I think he's referring to Jackweed, right? The one who says, give me a Bitcoin, I'll sell these guys down the river. It's a shame that these types of events occur. People have great interest. That's good because it helps us, but then it gets really abused. People who call in fake ransom notes, people who claim for the sake of media and the family, they get out and disturb, in this case, an entire neighborhood. I don't know what he's saying, but that's That's Sheriff Nanos. So I can't tell you that he has 49 days coming.
Gosh, I know. It's been a long time coming. So I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Well, listen, you're a hell of a reporter, kiddo. Honestly, I quoted you nonstop through so much of my coverage because you were finding out so much information. And there you came again just last week. You had the actual wording of the second note that had the apology. How did you get that?
Yeah, so in my former role with my reporting in Arizona, the Tucson station and then my Phoenix station worked hand in hand together.
About the Apple Watch being on the floor. Savannah says she feels they're legitimate. FBI seems to indicate to her and sources that they're legitimate. But then CBS came out with this just this week or last week. A detail about the Apple Watch with a white band that was on the floor of
Sam says you're going to be cooked next. Sam, I'm already cooked.
Had you ever heard anything about the Apple Watch being on the floor?
I'm already cooked, Sam. Can't even see me at nighttime. This is cooked. Cooked. You don't get this dark without being cooked. I'll tell you right now.
Last week. A detail about the Apple Watch with a white band that was on the floor of her bedroom. The floor. Had you ever heard anything about the Apple Watch being on the floor?
Yes, that is in the first ransom note.
Well, to me, that's a game changer. And I only say that because an 84-year-old woman doesn't charge her Apple Watch on the floor. She would put it on her nightstand.
Right.
And it would probably end up on the floor after a struggle of some kind. You get caught in the wire and it comes flying off. And so that detail is just too weird to make up or to just sort of cross your fingers and say, I'm going to throw out a crazy idea. Let's just say the Apple Watch is on the floor and hope it was. Totally. That would be impossible. So for that reason, it almost feels like the one porch light, you could see that that was broken.
Sure.
Easily. I even reported on that on day one. And so that part, I wasn't wowed by that.
Yeah, and not only that, not to mention the fact that a lot of people like DGL, a lot of people like Mark the Shark were already out there, flying their drone. And I don't know, like I said, if these guys took notice to the floodlight, being that it was one of the things that were pointed out in the ransom note that really struck everybody to believe whether or not the ransom notes were legitimate. The floodlight definitely could have easily been debunked, due to the fact of this, a wow moment. Like, okay, how did this person know this? Well, easy. And then when it comes to the watch, the first thing that came to my mind was when, Nancy went on the show. She went on the Today Show at one point in time. She has this Apple Watch on. So I think this person thought long and strong. I mean, they thought good enough to fool the world. I mean, if that's the case and we're fooled into believing the ransom notes were legitimate. But here's the twist. The fact that they thought of this so quickly because the ransom note came the second day that Nancy went missing. So, I mean, they were able to dig this up fairly quick and good enough for it to last months. And still, it's still questionable whether or not the ransom letter is legitimate. That's what's crazy to me. I mean, if this person, chopped this up in a day, that's insane. So it's almost like it is a possibility that they did, and it isn't at the same time because of certain things that you could easily point out, that somebody may have added, that they probably added to the ransom note to make it sound legitimate. And the two things were the Apple Watch. To me, that's what let me know, just for me personally, that they were fake. But there were, I think that there could have been other things that they could have done in the house to make it more legitimate. If it was real. Because I don't think the ransom notes are legitimate. I don't think they're real. But if they were real and I wanted to make sure that they knew that they were real, I would have took something in that home and I would have moved it and put it in a specific spot to say, hey, I was actually here. Or I would have done something simple like punch a hole in the wall, say specifically where that hole in the wall is at. I'm sure there's something distinctive in Nancy's home that you could point out to go to show you're someone that's been there or you were recently there easily. So I don't think the Apple Watch and, the fact that the floodlight was broken make it legitimate. But I think the more grabbing point about the Apple Watch was the fact of where it was described to be, laying. So, I mean, that's the only part that really kind of gets me a bit. But other than that, I mean, everything else lines up to me to it being fake, because it did state that, she had a white smartwatch on the floor of the foot of her bed, but it didn't specify any further details than that. They could have been more descriptive when it came to the details of where the Apple Watch was actually at. So it beats me, guys. I don't know. We got a phone call. Wow. Mr. Juice.
What up, JU?
What's happening, brother? How you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm doing good, bro. How you?
Oh, I'm
yes,
all
sir.
right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
10-4. Hey, Juice, can you do me a favor? Can you pull up that video with the porch guy?
Yeah, no problem. I got you. Hold on, let me get the screen pulled up.
Was something.
All right, we got it up there.
All right. So you see when he's walking, right? And every time he makes at least anytime he puts in a step or two, the video's automatically cut off. And then they go into a different scene, or a different caption of the whole porch guy, right? But if you could look at the video, you could see that his legs got a stiff to it. He's he's stiff walking.
Yeah.
Right before he gets to do that little turn from digging in the bushes or in the trenches or whatever, the brush or whatever he was pulling from the front end of the house. You know what I mean? You could see that he's got this little stiff leg, you know what I mean? Kind of like the brother-in-law, But the thing is I'm wondering if the FBI just probably cut it up that way. You know what I mean? Considering that they don't have lead, they're not the active lead of this investigation, so I'm sure that they're holding a lot back. So when they do gain control, they could just solve it right away. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure they got a better detailed description of how this guy walks around. You know what I mean?
So you don't think the way
see that little stiff, and that's the right leg. If you could bring up the video now of the brother-in-law walking down the driveway, you could see that stiff in his walk. You know what I mean?
You don't think the way he was walking was intentional though?
You see how he just lifted up his knee? That's kind of how his brother, and they cut it off right there. They don't even bring it in. They cut, whenever he does he doesn't even get 2 steps in before they cut the video. You know what I mean?
Toward the end when he's after he's got,
right now, right
strap.
when he picked up the brush, you see when he's picking up the brush, he's about to turn his body. His leg is his pivot leg is stiff. He can't even bend it. He has to kind of fling it to the right a little bit.
Yeah, and then boom,
and if you could see the brother-in-law, you know what I mean? I don't want to say no, we all know who we're talking about here, but if you could just see him walking down the driveway, you could see that he's got that same distinctive stiff leg. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just wondering, why do they cut it? You know what I mean? It's crazy. That's,
I've always felt like he walked like that intentionally. It wasn't just, I don't know. I just always felt like he did that specific walk on purpose to throw people off. He's purposely leaning to the side. I'm trying to see if I do have that.
Yeah, because he can't bend that leg. He can't bend that leg. That's the right leg. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe so. I was trying to find
you
that
got
video.
the video of them walking down the driveway?
I got that one. I don't have the one with Tommaso coming from behind the house though.
No, I don't need that one. You could get a better visual of the one when they're all three walking down the driveway. If you could pull that one up, you'll see what I'm
Because
saying.
there's a couple different angles of that one when they're walking down the driveway.
Yeah, that Brian and one, that exclusive shot, like, you could see it, like, right, like,
Let me see. Hold on.
ain't no telling, man, but, like, I just don't understand how they got, like, video from, like, 10 days ago and then leading to that day, but yet they can't, recover anything in between, or they don't got, like, how long how long is the duration of each video? Does it go, like, for 15-second captions, or is it, like, 5, 10, 15, 20? Or full-length video
for the porch guy video
for like the next cameras. Like, do they record like what increments do they record in? Like 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds?
I think it keeps recording.
Oh, yeah, you got that. You got the air view.
I think it's recording nonstop, but I think that it's from the moment. I mean, it's always recording. I think, but from the moment that the motion sensor goes off,
it'll just store, like, pretty much like. The cloud will just store if it detects anything.
Yeah. Once it detects you, that's when it's storing that information.
Okay, that's when. Okay,
but it's always still recorded. It's always still saved, regardless. You just got to go find it.
Right.
But I mean, it makes it easier to get to that specific part whenever whoever approached that your door at whatever time. But I think they're always recorded. That's the whole important part about her paying for that subscription, because.
Hey, you see that knee right there, you see the knee?
Another thing too is
his leg?
If you I see I think he's walking like that intensely. I don't know if there's something wrong with his knee, but maybe not.
It's not intentional. I think that's
You think that's just how he walks?
That's just how the brother-in-law walks. Yeah. Like you got the video?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up right now. Hold on, let me
go
there real quick. Sorry, I had it ready and then I started talking
you're good,
about
man.
something
I ain't got
else.
shit going on right now. I'm on a break. You know what I mean?
Vacation?
No. I just did about like 8 hours in the studio. I'm about to, get me a little something to drink, a little something to eat, and call it a night.
Oh, you putting together some music?
Yeah. Yep. Production.
You about to give us 16 bars real quick, or?
Nah, people know who I am. You know what I mean? Everybody do, you know what I'm saying? This is just a pastime for me, you know what I mean?
Nah, I hear you.
Because
All right, I'll look for the other one, but I don't know if I have the other one where it's a better shot. Maybe somebody send me the link of that other one.
There you go. I think you just passed it up.
Try to zoom out.
Go down 3.
You're a little bit behind me, so maybe try to refresh, and maybe it might be a little bit closer to.
Yeah.
No, this is.
You know what I'll do, Jay? I'll send you the link. You know what? I'll send you the link if I find it, so you can pull it up. I don't want to hold you up. I know you got.
No, you're good. Nobody's calling tonight, so you're good.
Chat. Like, all right.
I'll get it up here.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, man. I just don't see why the feds didn't just pull out the whole video. They cut it up for a reason.
So I think this is the one that's the exclusive one you're talking about with
The Brian?
Yeah, the Brian Ensign one. I think this is the angle you're talking about.
You're a little bit behind me, so maybe try to refresh.
No, because it's a little bit further back than this one, I think. Let me know when you see it.
Like
though.
if you go to Brian's video from yesterday, you know what I mean? Yeah, but I don't know if you want to go to.
What, Brian showed it on his video yesterday?
Yeah, those are the only 2 clips they've been pretty much B-rolling, throughout the whole 4 or 5 days. You know what I mean? There you go.
Let me know if that's the one once you see that one.
Yeah, yeah. You gotta go back though. You gotta catch them walking. Like there's a better video that like catching them walking from like the further end of the driveway coming in.
It's like closer to the garage. Yeah, I was trying to see if I could find that one.
Right. Well, not if
quite.
You got them, yeah, it's just that's a close up. They zoomed in on that. Yeah.
I was trying to figure out who did a comparison. Somebody did a comparison too. I think Monks did a comparison too.
What
But
about that one?
he pointed out the duck feet because he's got like a duck walk too, where his feet are kind of like bow-legged
Yeah.
looking.
You know what, too? I don't know if you could see this, but you're like far zoomed in.
Yeah, I zoomed out.
Okay.
Let me move the chat. Let me know when you see me the zoomed out part because you're a little bit behind me.
Okay, yeah.
So
Yeah. You see that walk?
yeah, it's hard to say though. Well, I guess it is. No, I don't know. I don't see it. So he's saying like he's got
Yeah,
a
it's
stiff
like you
leg
don't
too.
got the video. You got to get that Brian. And then, yeah, the video that Brian's got, that's like, you know, it catches him from like far back. You know, you can see and then, you know, your chat's in the.
My chat thing's in the way. Yeah, let me move that too.
Yeah.
Dang, I don't see any other ones where it starts back any further than.
You know what I'll do, Jay? I'm going to go ahead and
Shoot me a
pull that
link
up
if
for
you
you.
do
I'm going to
that.
get off. I'll send you the link, and that way you can play it. And if I come up with any other PowerPoints, I'll let you know for sure.
All right, another
All right,
thing.
brother?
Another thing I was going to tell you too is for the porch guy video, they deleted the first part of it, and I'll show it right now. But for the porch guy video, the first original video that they released has been cut for sure.
Right.
But I appreciate you calling in, brother.
It definitely was cut up. Another question too. I don't know if you could elaborate on this, but did the whole family get like did they submit DNA? Like did the family submit DNA?
Not that I know
Like
of.
everyone in
No,
the oh, okay.
never
Because
heard that.
like, you know, I was just thinking if they did, like why couldn't you just exclude the family, you know what I mean? Or at least Carlos, you know what I mean? You know, but
Good
it's crazy,
question.
man. But yeah, let me see if I find that link, brother, because you could see it like in that video. I just don't see anything here that you're pulling up, but I think I could find it. But like I said, I'll send you the link. If there's any other PowerPoints, brother, I'll definitely give you a call back, man.
All right, let me know, man. Thanks for calling in too.
Taking the call.
Much love.
All right, Jay. You.
All right. Much love, much love. Yeah, I mean, the only one I've been able to find as far as they're walking up at the memorial site was the one that I found. I've never really seen any other one that I have, but I don't know where that one's at. Where it kind of shows him walking for a little bit longer than the one that we just looked at. But other than that, I don't really. And then Monk also, he did a comparison. As far as Tommaso's walk, I can't remember the name of that video, and I don't want to waste too much time trying to look for that. But for the porch guy video, if you go back to the videos that were it would probably say 5 months. The last time I looked at the videos, it was 4 months. But I don't know if anybody's noticed because I've mentioned this several times before. But 5 months ago, when they released the porch guy video. And comparison to the actual FBI video, the FBI site, when you go to the FBI site now, it you can't get that first initial version. When he first walks up to the porch, when the video starts, that part is now gone. So you would have to go find a old video of porch guy to get the actual entire video that was released initially. And I don't know why they did that. I really don't. But when he on the first initial approach, porch guy is walking with his head down, and you can tell that he's coming back. He's coming from the direction where the garage is actually at. And he intentionally, you can tell it's intentional. He intentionally puts his head down before he approaches the door, which to me, that indicates to me that he knows that there's a Ring camera there. That told me right off the bat, oh, this guy knows for sure that there's a Ring camera here. And I was trying to find the first original video that they posted that day. when it first came out. And he's way further back than any other video. So if you guys get a chance, go look at it when you go look at the first video that was put out. And then go look on the FBI site for that video. It's gone. That part is gone. Literally. And I'm still trying to figure out why, for whatever reason, why they deleted that part. Let's see if I can pull it up here. And even this one is not the whole video here. And I've got it in slow-mo. You see right here in slow-mo right here how it looks like he's coming from the back. There's even a little bit more video footage when this video first starts. And this is when the video first hit all of the media outlets. Well, this is when they first started playing them. You would see, him coming from around the back. Why in the heck did they delete this part out? And like he was pointing out, there are certain parts of these videos that cut out as if that's what they're giving us. They're only giving us certain parts. They're not giving us all of the footage that they have. And I think this is why a lot of us think that this video is, that there's more to these videos. But they're starting to get desperate. This is what I'm starting to take notice of. They are starting to get desperate for answers. So, I think in time, they're going to start, giving us a little bit more. And I would hope so, because I think the public can be more effective in that, I think, help-wise, the public could be more effective if they were to give us more. And who knows, them giving us a little bit more of these video footages may help us, be able to identify who Porch Guy actually is. But there's a little tiny bit more that's missing in this video right here. Like, they have the part where immediately he comes around from the back. Like where he's coming around from the back and then he puts his head down. Even right here, though, his head is straight up. And then it's like from this point on, he notices the camera's there. This is why sometimes I feel like this is staged, because he puts his head down immediately after the fact of him having his head up. He's already in kind of a crouch, a ready to be crouched position, but kind of crouched a bit. He's never, completely standing straight up. And then after like that first step, boom, he puts his head down. And this is why I think, okay. And by this time, by the way, the camera's probably already lighting up. Like, the camera already takes notice of him being there. It doesn't take long for you to, be motion detected by a Ring camera. Once it sees any little bit of movement, that thing's going off. I think it even goes off for, like, some of them are so sensitive, a bug will fly by and, that'll be enough to, make that Ring camera light, come off. Because remember, Monk was saying those things light up like Christmas lights once they do detect any little bit of movement. Now, I don't know for sure if, it's detected his movement at this point and that light's going off. Because remember, the light, the infrared light is what is causing the reflection off of this backpack here, as well as the signs. I don't, as far as, for me, I went out during a full moon night. You guys know I did. And, I did like a test, not saying that same night that the moon reflecting was, the same, it wasn't just as bright as it was the night that Nancy was abducted. But when I went out there and did my moon experiment, nothing was reflecting because of the moonlight. Now, it was a whole lot brighter. That's for sure. I mean, you could literally see down the road the night on the full moon night that I went. But it most certainly was not enough to, you know, be bright enough for the light of the moon to reflect off of those street signs. So to me, that helped me kind of land my plane a little bit more, whether or not, you know, whether it was an infrared from the camera that made the, you know, the lights or the signs reflect light. Was he calling back, or did he call back on accident? But to me, that put the nail in the coffin for me, and I was able to kind of land my plane. And, you know, for me, I felt like I was sure at that point that the light reflected off of, or I'm sorry, the light that we thought we, you know, what I'm trying to say is I believe more that now it's the infrared coming from the Ring camera, not the moon. So, well, that's just me. And I was trying to find that video when I did go out there the night of the full moon night. And I don't know if you guys remember, but that night that I went out there, it was the night I met Lauren, and that was just when they had thrown the rocks outside, just after that. And Lauren had went out there to put up the, by the way, I hope all is well with Lauren. I haven't heard from her in a bit. Hopefully everything's still good with the rocks being outside of KVOA too. But I had met her that night because she had went out there that night to put up a sign explaining the ordinance rules. So, but yeah, I mean, I would honestly say, I mean, people would probably disagree, but I would say even on full moon nights, I don't care how bright it is, it's never going to be enough light to reflect off of the stop signs. Now, it's possible because I did research on it, and it says that the moon can be bright enough to, you know, cause street signs or anything reflective to reflect, but I would argue it's not here, not in that neighborhood. It's the juice.
JU.
What's good, man?
Should I send it to email or?
You can send it. Just send it to the. Oh, did you send it to the phone?
Messages.
Oh, I think I got it. I think you sent it to. Wait, no, you didn't.
I sent you the link already. It's at the 8-minute mark. Precisely at the 8-minute mark.
Ah, okay. Got you.
All right, Juice.
All right, brother.
I'm watching.
Thank you for that.
All right,
I
brother.
appreciate you.
With Savannah at all, which.
Oh yeah, so it is a little bit further back. What he's talking about. So here, I could do this real quick. Hold on. We'll do this. Well, I'll try. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to compare the two. If it will let me. Well, I guess I would have to pull up Porch Guy video. And here's what I'll do. I won't even use my video. I'll use a video from YouTube, and then I'll put them together here. Shouts to everybody for all the jewels. Thanks to everybody's love and support to that. I appreciate all the love and support and everybody just chiming in here with me tonight here. Yeah, I've been losing a lot of followers lately, guys. A lot of subscribers, I guess. And it's been frustrating staying in the same spot and not growing. I gotta definitely do more on this platform. I'm not doing enough at all. I'm not happy with my streams lately. I really gotta work on some things. All right, let me see if I can split these up real quick, because normally I can. For some reason, it's not letting me, so maybe we won't be able to tonight. I was trying to, oh, there we go. Okay, hold on. I think I can do a double here. Okay, cool. I don't know if it's going to be big enough for you guys to see, though. I think I could split these. I'll let you guys be the judge. I just got to see if I can fit this all on one screen, though. I don't think you guys can see them both. Why? Oh, it's just too, okay. Well, it might not be big enough for you guys to see, but I'll just play them both through, and I'll make sure we slow them down here, and then what I'll do is we'll play one and then play the other. Man, only if you could loop on YouTube. Maybe you can, but I just don't know how. Well, I want to make these a little bit bigger. Give me a sec. I don't know. The only way, because I know a lot of people still think there's a possibility that Porch Guy could be Tommaso. The only way I would believe that this is Tommaso is only if they figure out and find out that, not even figure out. The only way I would believe that this is Tommaso is only due to the fact that, you know, if the Porch Guy has on a mask, under the mask though, so a fake mask that is supposed to be, you know, obviously a person. That's the only way I'm believing that, you know, Porch Guy is Tommaso. Otherwise, that's not Tommaso. There's just so many things, you know, not so many because there's not much he's showing, but there's a couple of things to me that don't point out the same way, you know, Tommaso made look. Now, when Monk got on and he explained the fact of the way the nose dropped off, I think he was talking about Tommaso. I think he was leaning in that direction. But for me personally, I don't see Porch Guy being Tommaso unless Tommaso did this and he wore a mask. Now, don't get me wrong, the walks are similar. The duck walk is something to take into consideration, whether or not, you know, this could be him. But it's just the face. Certain features of the face don't line up to me. But, you know, who is to say this, you know, he didn't shave to debunk those certain facts when it comes to face features. But I mean, he does have that style. And I really didn't like the way Tommaso was walking the day that he came around from behind the house, when it looked like he came with some type of, FBI agent or somebody in law enforcement. I wasn't there, so I didn't see exactly who he came with. I'm just speaking off of, what I heard, that Tommaso had came over that day with FBI because they maybe needed to get something from the home. I have no idea what he came for that day. Not only that, Tommaso is walking out with the flowers in his left hand. So if you're going to argue that, the porch guy is left-handed, he does have the flowers in his left hand. You see, Annie's got hers in her right. So I would assume that Annie's right-handed, I guess. I don't think Savannah's left-handed, though, and she's holding the flowers in her left hand. And that could that could be because, she's got her arm locked in with Tommaso's arm. I don't know. For some reason, I think that Tommaso is taller than porch guy, but Tommaso doesn't seem that tall when he's walking down this driveway next to Savannah and Annie. He doesn't seem like he's much taller than Annie. But remember, that note is referring to we. So, it could very much so be somebody who knows Nanos, could be somebody who knows Tommaso, it could be one of the friends. It does say we, which to me tells me, if the ransom's real, because I don't think it's real. To me, it does tell me that they're referring to them and somebody else. I mean, anytime you say we, it's somebody else that's involved, not just you and, yourself. But if you want to throw somebody off and you want to make it sound like, and you don't want people to know, I mean, why not use words that make it sound like, it's more than one make it sound like it's more than one person, but really in reality, it's just you. I feel like Tommaso's acquaintances, his friends, his bandmates are, a lot more closer feature wise, to the perp than him himself. I won't be surprised if later on, though, that these guys are tied to this at all. But as of right now, I can't point the finger and say who is actually involved in this. It's just too much. I mean, in a sense of there's been so many perpetrators that potential perpetrators that we've came across that look so close to porch guy. It's at that point where everybody's got features that share certain similarities, if not the same, as the actual porch guy. So I can't call it, guys. I guess it'll stay that way until we find the porch guy. Definitely doesn't resemble Luke much to me. Luke is not close at all to me. Sean Block says Nancy's gone forever. Oh, man. I hope not. I hope not. I just hope that they find her eventually. Or I really hope that they find Porch Guy. Because, and just to be honest, I mean, Nancy, she's it's been 6 months. There's not going to be much of her left, you know. But still, you know, I don't want to think that way either. But there's not going to be much there, you know, and the family does deserve a proper burial. They deserve, you know, proper closure when saying their last goodbyes. I think that's everybody's, you know, I would say dream, but everybody's goal for their mother, for their father, is to be able to say your last goodbyes. That's one of the things that we regret the most. Much love to Dirty Diana becoming a platinum member, by the way. I don't think I got to say that. God bless you. Much love. Thanks for the $5 super chat there, Esmeralda. She says, I don't remember if I told you, Juice, but in the beginning, I remember seeing him on a thumbnail of him walking along the pool. They redacted it. Really? That's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, and I don't understand why they're doing that. I really don't get it. So sad. Anyways, guys. I am going to end it on that note. I appreciate everybody calling. I appreciate everybody chiming in tonight here. I will probably be more active than usual this month. So you'll probably see me on a lot more this month. That's the goal. Much love to you guys all. I hope everybody's continuing to have a beautiful Saturday. Spend time with your loved ones. Enjoy life as much as you can. Much love to all of you guys chiming in tonight. I appreciate the love and support. It's been real. If you guys have any cases that you would like for me to cover that you are interested in, that I, you know, may find interesting, you never know. Feel free to email me and share it. I would love to hear about it. I am, you know, looking for other cases to cover as well. I have been covering not only Nancy's, but the Nolan Wells case. So I plan on continuing to. Much love to you guys. I appreciate the love and support. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream on that note. Hope you guys have a great rest of your evening, guys. Have a good night, guys. Love you all. Much love. Shouts to all my mods. I appreciate everything you guys do, by the way. I don't know if I say that, if at all, enough. Much love, guys. Have a good night, folks. It's your boy, the Juice. See y'all in the next one, folks. Peace. See y'all later. Boop.
And the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand. No permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride. let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise.